Committee will come to order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hands on your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank the gentleman. Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time pursuant to Committee Rule 2, House Rule 11, Clause 2. The chairman may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 6260, Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. Clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 62.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Charitable bail funds generally flew under the radar until 2020 when the George Floyd riots caused revenues to balloon, thanks to solicitations from celebrities and politicians, including then Senator Kamala Harris. What used to be small community-based organizations that help post bail for nonviolent misdemeanors, it has now grown into a multi-million-dollar industry. For example, the Minnesota Freedom Fund saw revenues increase by 18,000% between 2019 and 2020. Similarly, the Bail Project saw its contributions triple in 2020 to nearly $42 million. These funds are nearly indistinguishable from crowdsourcing websites. There is no relationship to the defendant. The donations come with little to no scrutiny, and there's no guarantee that the money would have to be paid back. Perhaps more alarming, what was intended to help bail out low-level, nonviolent protesters has instead been used to release violent felony offenders back into the streets with little to no oversight. In 2021, for example, the Minnesota Freedom Fund, which then Senator Harris actively promoted, released a domestic abuser back onto the street. 2 weeks later, the man, George Howard, was charged with second-degree murder for a road rage incident. Michael DeWitt of Louisville, Kentucky, was bailed out by a bail project in February 2021 after being arrested on multiple charges. 2 months later, he was arrested for murder. Sean Michael Tillman, 3 weeks after having his bail paid by the Minnesota Freedom Fund, murdered a man at a light rail station in St. Paul and is now serving a life sentence for that crime. Mr. Chairman, the list goes on and on. According to an investigation conducted by CNN in Hennepin County, Minnesota, the Minnesota Freedom Fund has bailed out at least 65 defendants who are awaiting trial on felony charges involving violence, physical threats, and sex crimes. Similarly, in Indiana, of the roughly 1,000 defendants released on bail supplied by the Bail Project between 2019 and 2021, 24% had previously been charged with a crime of violence, and 35% were accused of felony charges and had a previous charge of at least one crime of violence. And because these funds are crowdsourced, there's no incentive for the defendants to show up for their court date. And guess what? Many of them don't. Again, according to that CNN report, nearly 42% of the roughly 500 defendants bailed out of the Minnesota Freedom Fund later failed to appear at one or more court hearings between 2021 and 22. This is the absolute real problem with these funds. Commercial bail companies, by comparison, had a failure to appear rate of only 22% during the same period. This is why many states have begun regulating the use of charitable bail funds. Georgia, for example, limits the amount of cash bonds a charitable bail fund can pay in a given year. And Indiana prohibits the use of charitable funds from posting bail for violent felony offenders. Unfortunately, state-by-state patchwork will not solve this problem. That's why I introduced the Keeping Violent Offenders Off the Streets Act. The bill makes a small but important change. It's very small, but important change to our criminal code to define bail bonds as an insurance product, thereby subjecting them to the same federal background check and regulatory requirements as those of for-profit bail agencies. This all falls under the Federal Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1994. This change would also bring charitable bail funds under state insurance regulation, giving states the ability to better scrutinize the use of these funds. Let's be clear, this bill does not outlaw the use of charitable bail funds. Let me say that again. It does not outlaw the use of them, nor does it regulate the posting of cash bail by family and friends of the accused. This bill merely says that if you're operating as a non-for-profit with the purpose of posting cash bail, you should be subjected to the same regulation and oversight requirements as those operating as for-profit entities. This will bring needed oversight to organizations that for years have gone unregulated, while ensuring accountability of these funds by subjecting them to federal insurance fraud statutes if they misappropriate funds or misrepresent the use of these funds in any financial reports. I would hope that any discussion or debate or amendments that could be offered would be focused on what the real purpose of this bill is and not ancillary arguments about posting cash bail. So I would urge a yes vote on the bill, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Ms. Ballant, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The majority has us here talking about bail and justice. And of course, this bill raises the key question, what is it that makes our communities safer? And in light of the events yesterday, we cannot talk about safe streets, safe communities, without addressing what happened yesterday in Minnesota. Now, we have covered many of the issues that it brought up in this bill before. We have plowed this ground before, and I will address the parts of the bill in a moment. But this administration has now spent a full year terrorizing communities and making our streets unsafe for everyone. And from where I sit, and I know I speak for my colleagues on this side of the dais, we knew it was only a matter of time before we had a tragedy like this, because all the signs were there. We have tried to sound the alarm that ICE has been detaining Americans. ICE has been violating rights and has been using violence without seemingly any accountability. And so many of us sit here this morning absolutely enraged, but also heartsick about what has happened. Not just to this woman in that car in Minnesota who was gunned down in front of her partner, but we are deeply shocked and dismayed that this administration is in full-on propaganda mode, and it's dangerous for all of us, regardless of party. We've seen the videos from many different angles, and we have a government right now that is telling us not to believe our own eyes. And we're not stupid. And Americans aren't stupid. And thank goodness there were people there documenting what happened. And we can all watch the tapes and understand what happened. An American citizen was mercilessly gunned down. And we have a president, and we have a Secretary of Homeland Security that is now lying about it. And Ms. Good would have loved to have had the opportunity to obtain bail. If she was in violation of state or federal law, she would have loved to have had the opportunity to take advantage of bail and have her case heard in court. And yet the ICE agent in that moment was judge, jury, and executioner. And it's a tragedy, and it's a national disgrace. And it's difficult to sit here and hear my colleague, who is introducing this bill, talk to us about the dangers of releasing violent criminals out on the street through bail when we are still dealing with the horror of the president pardoning the violent felons that attacked this building and that attacked law enforcement. And several of them have reoffended. And so we sit here and we will once again be subjected to a conversation about bail. And it is not at all rooted in fact about crime in this country. The data has shown and continues to show that violent crime is down. Property crimes are down. Homicides are down. There is absolutely no evidence suggesting that the posting of bail by a state or local bail fund affects interstate commerce in any meaningful way. I expect my Republican colleagues today to spend the time citing purely anecdotal evidence. And of course, there are individual stories of people who have committed violent offenses after being bailed out by nonprofit bail funds. And each is tragic. Just like the murder of Ms. Good was tragic. And what we need right now is a president and an attorney general and a secretary of Homeland Security being honest with the American people that this was a tragedy and that they are going to look into the circumstances by which an American citizen was gunned down. And there is no question, and again, I speak for my colleagues, there is no question that we must address the root causes of violent crime. We have to invest in proven solutions, such as community violence intervention and drug treatment, and support law enforcement with funding and other resources, something that has not happened under this administration. If the majority decides to get serious about public safety in America, we will welcome that opportunity. But this legislation is not a solution, and for us to be discussing this in light of what happened yesterday feels completely and totally inappropriate. This legislation is no solution at all, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on H.R. 6260, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back without objection. All of the opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature
Without
of
objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purpose of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin to explain the amendment.
Yeah, this amendment simply adds the year to the short title of the bill. It's not intended to make any changes or alter the fundamental purpose of the bill. I urge its adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, what happened yesterday in Minneapolis should terrify every single one of us. An ICE agent fired 3 shots, killing a 37-year-old unarmed U.S. citizen, Renee Nicole Good, as she was driving away from ICE agents on a residential street in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Her death leaves a 6-year-old boy without any parents. And we on this committee should be immediately investigating this. We should bring Kristi Noem to us. We should have that conversation. But instead of conducting an investigation and doing the work to hold this rogue ICE agent accountable for killing a US citizen, Kristi Noem has gone on a full-fledged lying spree, spreading lies that any person who watches this video can see are lies. She even had to get the President of the United States to go on social media and continue the lies. The problem, Mr. Chairman, is that there are videos. There are videos that everyone can watch that completely destroy these lies that Noem and Trump are spreading. So let's play one of those videos right now.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking God! What the fuck? What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do?
3 videos taken at the scene show a maroon SUV perpendicular on a snowy street. As you can see, a silver SUV driving up the street stops. 2 masked officers wearing badges that say police and body armor get out of the vehicle and walk toward the maroon car. After getting contradictory commands from the agents where one tells her to get out of the car and the other attempts to open her door, the driver of the maroon car backs up the vehicle and straightens the wheel as if to make a 3-point turn. Then she starts to slowly accelerate along the street. A 3rd officer who has been standing on the side of the road pulls out a gun as the car is turning away. He shoots 3 times. The maroon car does not hit anyone as it rolls up the street. It hits another vehicle and then a utility pole, and the shooter walks away briskly, apparently uninjured, despite the lies that President Trump and Kristi Noem have put forward. Seen in slow motion, which we have been watching, the American people have been watching on television all last night, a video showed the wheels of the maroon vehicle were fully turned away from the shooting officer, who made absolutely no effort to jump away, clearly suggesting that he did not feel as if he were in danger. His first shot went through the windshield, through the front of the windshield. The next 2 went through the driver's side window as the car moved past him. Video taken by another eyewitness shows ICE agents refusing to allow a self-identified physician to tend to the victim and telling him to back up. And when an ambulance did arrive, ICE agents did not allow the vehicle through, forcing emergency medical responders to walk away through the snow with their equipment. DHS and the White House immediately put out statements that were completely false. The president claimed the officer was recovering from his injuries in the hospital, despite him having no injuries, and we saw him walking back and forth in front of the car. Secretary Noem outrageously claimed without any evidence whatsoever that it was, quote, an act of domestic terrorism. DHS and ICE immediately claimed the woman who was shot and killed by an ICE agent, quote, weaponized her vehicle and attempted to run over law enforcement when the video clearly shows she is trying to drive away. And according to reporting, ICE officers are trained to never approach a vehicle from the front, as this officer did. Instead, they are taught to approach in a, quote, tactical L, 90-degree angle to prevent injury or crossfire. Mr. Chairman, we need an independent investigation into what happened in Minneapolis. This is not the first time this has happened. In only the last 4 months, immigration agents have fired on at least 9 people. And ICE also shot and killed Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in Chicago and suddenly claimed he was violent. Congress needs to step up. this committee needs to step up, and I ask you, Mr. Chairman, to please make sure that we bring Secretary Noem before us. Where is Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons? Where is Attorney General Bondi? This committee is conducting no oversight and is derelict in its duty to the American people.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Thank you, and I ask for unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman,
You see request?
to put into the record an article titled, ICE officers trained never to approach a vehicle from the front, DHS official says.
Objection.
From the New York Times, deadly Minneapolis encounter is the 9th ICE shooting since September.
Objection.
I yield back.
Chair, now, the gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to respond briefly to this, that number one, I think it's unbelievably irresponsible to throw out words like murder to reach a conclusion before any further investigation is due. That's inflammatory, it's sensitive, it's unbelievably irresponsible. And, you know, my colleague mentioned that there was a tragedy in Minnesota, and I think that we're missing the tragedy. We have seen a governor, an AG, a mayor, local officials, top to bottom, encouraging citizens to violently protest federal authorities who are seeking to remove people who are here illegally. And specifically, people who are here illegally committing crimes. That's what's so outlandish to me. That's the tragedy here. You have elected officials who are leveraging their political capital to protect those who are here illegally. And of course, whenever anyone loses a life, it is a tragedy, but you cannot avoid the facts of this case. The officers approached the vehicle. They asked the woman to stop. They asked her to get out of the car. She did not comply. She hit the gas pedal. All of those were avoidable. Had she obeyed the instructions of law enforcement, there would have been a very different outcome. So to all who watch, when law enforcement approaches, especially if you're trying to obstruct their mission, obey. Don't hit the gas pedal, get out of the car. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time, but again, let me just reiterate, throwing out inflammatory rhetoric before there has been any conclusion drawn is unbelievably irresponsible, and it adds to an already inflamed situation, and I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stop it.
Gentleman yields. We got to line up, but I'll probably go to the ranking member, and then I'll work right down the line.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and I intervene here only because I want to respond to my friend from North Carolina, who I think starts with the incontrovertible point that it's wrong to prejudge whether this was murder. Then it is equally wrong to prejudge that it's self-defense. And I hope that that my colleague, with his astute prosecutorial understanding, would just as much reprove the Attorney General and the President for going out and claiming this was self-defense without a complete investigation, especially when all the evidence of our senses would suggest if we're going to jump to a conclusion, we should jump to a conclusion that this was murder and not self-defense. But that's why we have the law. That's why we have a legal process. Now, the gentleman correctly states the situation, except he aborts the analysis midway. He says, well, she was told to stop, she was told not to go anywhere, but still she drove her car away. And I certainly saw that. The Supreme Court has a decision just on this point, which I'm sure the gentleman knows. It was decided in 1985. Everybody in criminal procedure learns it. Tennessee versus Garner, 1985, because Tennessee had a statute which said if there is someone fleeing the police, they can be shot. And the Supreme Court said that's not the rule. They can only be shot if they're fleeing the police if the police have probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or danger to other people. Now, Ms. Good, who's a 37-year-old mom of a 6-year-old boy, now orphaned by ICE, posed no threat to anybody. At least, as far as we can tell, there's no suggestion that she posed a reasonable threat to anybody. That's the legal question. Now, I think our committee should launch an investigation into this. This would be a worthwhile subject for us to get into at this point. But the idea that simply because she disobeyed an order that she can be shot in the face at point blank is wrong. That's not the law in the United States of America. And you know who knows that? Everybody on this side of the aisle who talks about Ashley Babbitt. Because everybody talking about Ashley Babbitt seems to think that, well, she was told repeatedly to turn around and to leave, and then she still tried to use violence to get into our chamber, into the speaker's lobby in order to get at us. And she was shot and repelled. And there were 2 different investigations which found that that was reasonable force used by the police because she was coming at them. But what we had in this case was this woman was trying to leave. She was trying to get away from it. She wasn't coming at the police. She was trying to get away from the police. So to the extent that we want to engage in an immediate post-mortem analysis, and I agree with the gentleman that this is why we have law. This is why we have a real legal investigation, and it is completely irresponsible for the president and the attorney general to be out there claiming against all evidence that this was self-defense. This is why we have law. Okay, then we should wait until we can make a final pronouncement upon that. But let's at least get down what the law is. This is the House Judiciary Committee. And people cannot be shot in the face simply because they walk away from a police officer. And especially when we've got police officers who are masked. And I just want to finish on this point, and I'm happy to yield to my friend. Because look, all of us represent jurisdictions. We've got local police, we've got county police, we've got state police. None of them are masked. We've got the Army, we've got the Navy, we've got the Marines. None of them are masked. We've got the National Guard. None of them are masked. Why is ICE masked? This is what we want to know. Nobody's given us a good answer for this. Now, one suggestion comes from the fact that we have multiple January 6 defendants who are working at the Department of Justice itself, including Ed Martin and Jared Wise. So if they're hiring them at the Department of Justice, presumably they're hiring them at the Homeland Security and ICE, and maybe they don't want them to be identified because, of course, those people were very well video documented on the day of January 6th. There's a lot of suspicion that that's why these people are being masked, and they're not even telling us why they're being masked. But it's precisely this episode which demonstrates why people are afraid of ICE and will try to move away from ICE rather than submit to their order, even when people need to submit to a lawful order of the police. Happy to yield to the gentleman.
Well, and just in terms of the masks, I think it goes without saying that there is an element of undue danger when you deal with international criminals. But in regards to the facts of this case, is it not relevant the angle from the officer's perspective? The only angles I've seen have been from hindsight, where the officer was who pulled the trigger, and I'll stipulate it was a tragedy. Is it relevant to see what he saw? He couldn't see that the wheels were turning, if they were. He couldn't see what where the trajectory was. He was right in front of the car that accelerated his direction. Is that not a relevant consideration to the ranking member?
Well, of course it's a relevant consideration. Yeah, I mean, if it comes down to a legal question, all of that is completely relevant. But what the administration is saying cuts completely against what we're able to see with our own eyes. Thanks.
The time of the gentleman's expired. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find it interesting that the Democrats are calling for an investigation and yet at the same time labeling the shooting that took place in Minneapolis as a murder. It sounds to me like they've made up their mind. They called it a mercilessly gunned down, ICE using violence. The administration's in full-on propaganda mode, terrorizing, making our streets unsafe. But you know what? There's not been one Democrat that I have heard since ICE has been enforcing the law, one Democrat at any level of government, local, county, state, federal, that has said to people, we don't like what ICE is doing, but you have to de-escalate the attacks on ICE. We don't like what ICE is doing. I haven't heard a single Democrat urging de-escalation. I haven't heard one Democrat urging that anti-ICE protesters step back, stand down, stop attacking, stop doxing, stop obstructing, stop inciting violence, stop inciting illegal conduct. I haven't heard one Democrat urge the public to obey orders of law enforcement.
Would the gentleman yield?
What I have heard is that Democrats have said, oh, they're wearing masks. They should be frightened of ICE. They're wearing masks. You've concluded that the woman posed no threat. But if the ICE agent, and then you argued the Garner, Tennessee case. But if the ICE agent believed there was a threat to himself or other agents, that doesn't save your argument, because even the Tennessee Garner case would justify the shooting. It would if the officer believed that he was in danger and in imminent harm.
If the gentleman would yield, I can correct your misunderstanding.
No, you've got.
No, I don't have enough time for that anyway.
You're the one who's misunderstanding here. What I would suggest to you, if this woman really wanted bail, as your predecessor speaking on the Democrat side had said, not your immediate predecessor, but a couple people before you, she could have chosen to stop her car. She could have obeyed a lawful order to remove herself from the vehicle. That's what she could have done. I don't know what was going on in her mind, and I don't know yet what was going on in the mind of the officer, and neither do you. But when you come in here and sit down and say, let's investigate this murder, which is effectively what you're saying, what you're doing is undermining the very notion of an impartial investigation. And that does not inure to your benefit. I think the underlying reason that we're here is Mr. Fitzgerald's bill. I think it's a good bill. I think it's warranted. I think it's necessary. I support that bill. But I would just get back to this point. I just find it interesting that the Democrats are demanding an investigation when they apparently have already determined the legal outcome. That's what Mr. Raskin's arguing. They've determined the factual outcome. That's what your predecessors were both arguing. And at the same time claiming we need to have an investigation because we've already made up our mind, but we wanted an investigation. That's crazy. And I again get back to my point. I have yet to hear Democrats say, calm down. What I hear instead is an incitement to further violence against ICE.
Will the gentleman yield?
An incitement. No, I won't. I'll give you another example out of Tucson. ICE goes into a restaurant. They go into a restaurant. They've got 19 warrants. Somebody been tipped off. The entire restaurant is devoid of personnel except for the manager. They go to leave because there's no one to serve their warrants on. But protesters have come and chained the locks on the doors so they can't escape. The ICE officers can't exit. And then they call and they get a big protest out there. And by the time the city of Tucson Police Department gets there, you've got a massive protest going on, resulting in some pushing and shoving and altercation. No one stands up and says, on your side of the aisle, no one stands up and says, let's stop that. Let's stop doxing these ICE agents. Let's stand down. I'm not hearing that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. I think we'll go to Mr. Nadler, and like I said, work down the line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to join my colleagues in expressing my outrage over yesterday's horrific murder by an ICE agent in Minnesota that took the life of an innocent and defenseless young woman. The video clearly shows 3 shots through the side window. There is no threat to the officer when he's on the side. And to make it even worse, ICE agents then refused to allow a doctor to approach the victim. Now, my conclusion, as I said, is that this is murder. Others will disagree. This committee ought to investigate that. Unfortunately, this tragedy was the predictable result of a brutal and reckless campaign to strike fear in immigrant communities across the country. The same agency whose masked agents are arresting U.S. citizens and tearing children away from their parents is using increasingly aggressive and violent tactics that can only lead to more tragedy. And this is being fueled by billions of dollars approved by this committee to fund not only these aggressive raids, but also to fund a military-style recruitment operation with lax hiring standards and loosened training requirements. The horror of yesterday's shooting has been compounded by the outrageous lies told by the highest levels of the Trump administration in an attempt to convince the public that they didn't see what they saw, to convince the public that the victim brought this upon herself in some way by threatening the agents, when video of the incident clearly shows that is not the case. Just as the White House has tried to rewrite the history of January 6th with false and malicious misinformation spread on its website, administration officials are now trying to tell us not to believe what we see with our own eyes. This is dangerous and offensive, and this calls out for immediate oversight by this committee. We should be having hearings and demanding accountability for all those involved. We should be having hearings on the standards used by ICE in recruitment and training. We should demand the appearance of Secretary Noam before this committee. But instead, here we are today with yet another set of partisan messaging bills that will do nothing to keep our community safe. My heart goes out to the victim's family, to all those who knew and loved her. May her memory be a blessing. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a UC.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona, unanimous consent request.
Yes, I'll introduce for unanimous consent the case of Tennessee versus Garner, where in the first paragraph they conclude that such force may not be used unless it is necessary to prevent the escape and the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others.
Without objection, that would be entered in the record. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's two issues here. One of them, since we're into this, you know, it's very possible and probable the officer believed there was a clear and present danger here. And whether somebody, you know, brings a gun out, or they are picking up a bat, or they are wielding a knife, or they are driving a car can be used as a weapon. There's a real issue here. Nobody's saying that we shouldn't look at this or investigate it. We're saying it should be done in a fair and thoughtful way, understanding the circumstances at the time, which were violent circumstances, where it would be probable that multiple officers would feel their life was at risk because somebody was not obeying the law. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the easiest thing here is when a police officer asks you to do something, you just calmly and legally do it. Is that such a bizarre notion? And then nothing happens. But if you purposely are disobeying what was asked of you, and you're behind the wheel of a car, nobody can imagine what you may or may not do. So to believe that there was no danger, that there was no reason, is ludicrous. It's buffoonery. Certainly, there was something there and an area of concern. The second thing I want to say, I've been on this committee a while now. Every single bill that comes up, on the other side, they change it from what is the substance of that bill. I feel bad for Mr. Fitzgerald. He did a lot of work on this bill. He believes in the bill. The bill deserves a thorough discussion, a robust debate, but nope. If this issue hadn't happened in Washington, we would be talking about the cost of living. Or if we weren't talking about the cost of living, we'd be talking about Venezuela. Or we'd be talking about the Trump Kennedy Center. Or we'd be talking about January 6th, because it is never, ever, ever about the bill. But yet, that's what we should be debating. Debate and dialogue, disagreement is good, but for God's sake, let's talk about the real issue. But no, it's the politics of the day. I love politics. I get politics. But sometimes you put that aside in a substantive and important committee like Judiciary, maybe just once in a while, just once in a blue moon, We might actually talk about the issue at hand, might talk about the bill that we're debating, rather than bring whatever the issue is. And God help us, again, it's horrible this happened, but if this didn't happen, it would be something else. So, my thought is, Mr. Fitzgerald, I support your bill. I would love to be able to debate it and discuss it, but I guess we're not going to do that. But it's not once or twice. It's every single meeting we have. Sorry to say, the other side does the same thing. And I yield to my good friend from Texas.
Thank you, sir. Very valid comments. Served in law enforcement for 30 years as a sheriff, and I will just say this to all the bad people out there, the people that are obstructing, fighting with federal law enforcement. My warning to you is this: if you comply, you will not die. That's it. Just comply. If you comply, you will not die. I yield.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a UC request.
Gentlelady is recognized for unanimous consent.
This is from CNN Politics. DHS officials privately expressed shock at department's immediate response to Minneapolis shooting.
Without objection, that be entered into the record. Mr. Cohen, if I could, Ms. McBath had asked for recognition, very first one, and I started going down, so I'll go to her, and then I'll come to you, Steve. So, gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to just speak on this bill today in my opposition to it. But really, I hope that the world is appalled at this administration's blatant and egregious culture of sadistic violence towards the American people. And today, we're talking about keeping violent offenders off of our street. I hope that the world isn't looking at America thinking that our law enforcement and ICE agents themselves are not violent offenders. But I do digress. I want to talk about the bill, as our colleague from New Jersey has expressed. Let's talk about the bill. As Americans struggle to afford groceries, fill their gas tanks, save their family farms, or find jobs that pay a livable wage, this committee is focusing on weaponizing the federal government against bail funds and strengthening the for-profit bail bond industry. H.R. 6260 is yet another example of misguided, unnecessary federal meddling into policies that should be left to the states by the so-called party of states' rights that does nothing to promote public safety. And while this bill is aimed at discouraging or even destroying bail funds, any organization that posts monetary bail, criminal bonds, or federal immigration bail bonds would be subject to the federal insurance fraud statute. That's not just bail funds that would be subject to criminal liability. That's churches, faith groups, nonprofits, and any other community organizations that pool financial resources to protect people from a system that punishes poverty, destabilizes families, and oftentimes coerces guilty pleas. Mr. Chairman, sometimes the most effective tools for justice are local, nimble, and born from the communities that they serve. H.R. 6260 is aimed directly at those very tools, which often serve as a lifeline for thousands of low-income Americans, leaving only a potential windfall for the for-profit commercial bail industry. Proponents of this bill have previously claimed that bail funds operate in the shadows and that their donations come with little to no scrutiny. That is simply untrue. For example, the Bail Project, a 501c3 organization, is subject to regular monitoring and oversight by the IRS. Adding additional nonsensical layers of bureaucracy will not make our community safer, but it will make it harder for organizations like the Bail Project to help people in need. And let's be real, most of them are people of low income, poor people. There are nearly 500,000 people across the country in pretrial detention, meaning they're sitting in jail, who have not been convicted of a crime because they cannot afford to pay for their freedom. Without the help of organizations willing to help by providing free bail assistance, whether designated as a bail fund, church, or other nonprofit, people who cannot afford bail might languish in jail for weeks, months, or even years while they're waiting for trial. They can lose their jobs, their homes, their medical coverage, access to medical care or medication, or even custody of their children. I too want to keep violent offenders off the street. Everyone in this chamber wants to keep violent offenders off the street, but this bill will not do that. H.R. 6220 will punish Americans before a conviction is even determined. A charge is not a conviction, meaning there is no determination of guilt. Yet this bill will keep charged Americans jobless. It will keep charged Americans homeless. It will keep charged Americans in poverty. And it has the potential to leave the children of charged, not convicted Americans parentless. I oppose this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida. Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll begin by acknowledging and appreciating our colleague, Ms. McBath, for discussing in some detail there the merits of the legislation and the bill that we are considering. The bill that we are actually debating today relates to the real-world consequences of cash bail policies. And when done incorrectly, these policies put dangerous individuals back on the streets over and over again, despite known risks and despite warnings from law enforcement and our courts. For too long, we have treated bail policy as if it is some kind of academic debate, and it is not. When individuals with violent histories are released without meaningful accountability, the risk is transferred to the men and women of our communities and the men and women of law enforcement, who are then forced into high-risk encounters and situations. And I want to be equally clear about one additional thing, and that is that ICE agents are federal law enforcement agents who are tasked with the enforcement of existing federal law passed by Congress. Disagreement about immigration policy does not justify harassment, obstruction, defiance of lawful authority, and we cannot normalize attacks on law enforcement or excuse them. When we do that, we erode the rule of law itself. I have seen the consequences when risk assessments are ignored or repeat offenders are put back on the streets without accountability in our court system. Those consequences are real. The results are predictable, and they are dangerous. If we are serious about preventing future tragedies and keeping our communities safe, we must stop pretending that law enforcement is the problem and start confronting policies that put dangerous people back on the streets. We are capable of making those assessments, distinguishing between people who should be out, who should be at liberty pending trial, and those who should not because they put their communities at risk. This is a good bill. I support this bill, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Thank you. We now will go to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
My friend, Mr. Van Droos, suggested that Democrats always talk about something other than the bill. Unfortunately, he was wrong when Ms. McBath spoke before I did and started talking about the bill. The bill is somewhat like fiddling while Rome burns. I don't want to suggest we're the Grand Ole Opry, even though that's a wonderful institution. But this is fiddling while Rome burns. And what happened in Minneapolis strikes at the heart of this country, strikes at freedom, opportunity to participate in demonstrations. I guess in a way with their car parked there was a demonstration. It was a disapproval of what the government was doing. That officer put his car in reverse. The lady put her car in reverse after an officer came up to her and tried to grab the door and pull it open and yelled the F word at her and said, "Get that F out of the car." That was not the way to approach her. He approached her in a violent way, and she certainly probably feared for her safety. She went in reverse slowly, then she went forward slowly, and she turned her wheels. And then the man shot her, and shot her. And then when she ran into another car, he walked down there slowly, looked in, walked away like the head of a marching band at a pretty good pace, and walked away. This is all on video. Yet the president said that he was taken to the hospital and was seriously hurt when the car hit him. There's no evidence the car hit him, and he walked like he was an Olympic runner when he came back. He didn't go to the hospital, and if he did, it was horse manure. What happened to that woman was unjustified, and that's what I've said. I didn't say it was murder. That's for a jury to decide. It's homicide, but it was unjustified. And for Kristi Noem to have said it was domestic terrorism when she was not on the scene and didn't see anything and was cosplaying. And when the president said it was terrorism and that the officer had been hit with the car and was in the hospital, that was lying to the American public. And that was taking that woman's death in without any idea of it giving just, not right now, thank you, sir. That was taking away due process and her right to be heard. I taught police law. I was a police attorney. And not only is it part of what Mr. Raskin raised, Walter Bailey was my cohort on the county commission when he took up the case of Garner v. Tennessee. And we talked about that, and police were taught never to shoot at a moving vehicle. That's what I taught them, because that was the law. And you couldn't shoot unless you were in reasonable fear of death, harm, or great bodily injury to you or someone else. That officer was not in great bodily injury and harm. He put himself in front of the car, and when she drove forward at a slow rate of speed, I don't know what it was very slow, he was on the side. And the other officers had their guns drawn too. So what this committee looks to look at, Mr. Chairman, is we need to look at how these people are trained and what qualifications they have. I've asked in a committee meeting here about 8 months ago for the chairman to ask Ms. Noem about the statement she made, because I'd written her and said, I agree, we need to get murderers, rapists, predators, the worst of the worst, off the streets. But you don't seem to be doing that. That's not who you're arresting. And she hasn't responded, and when she did, it was pablum. And I wrote her a second time, and she gave me more pablum. They're arresting, and they said, I heard on the news today when I got up, rapists, murderers, sexual predators. They're arresting people who are here in the country illegally, which is normally a civil offense and a misdemeanor, but that's who they're stopping. Over 90% of their stops are people who have not had a criminal record whatsoever. And the people in Minneapolis don't want it, and the people in Memphis don't want that, and the people throughout this country think it's wrong. Get the worst of the worst, but don't tell us you're getting the worst of the worst when that's hardly anybody you're getting. You're getting people who contribute to our society in construction, in all different kind of employment, and they're commit crime at a lesser rate than the other folks who are not of their particular class or background. It was awful what happened there. And the woman was killed simply because she was on the scene and she was protesting ICE, and ICE took it as a disrespect to them, and the man shot her and killed her. What the president said was wrong, what Noem said was wrong. An investigation needs to take place, but an investigation by the state of Minnesota. And I feel very comfortable with our colleague, former colleague Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, being in charge of that. I know justice will be sought and wrought, and if there's a conviction, there won't be a pardon. Because if it's federal, it's going to be a pardon like this. And what happened was wrong, and that's what we need to talk about. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge you to have a hearing on what are the qualifications. I've heard they've got people in the ICE troops who have criminal records they don't look at. And the advertisements, the last thing before I close, advertisements by ICE on television say, law enforcement officers, if you're not liking the fact that you're held up in your hands, you feel like you're handcuffed by rules and regulations, that you thought you could do something about things when you join the police department, join ICE. The inference is you won't have handcuffs and rules and regulations, and we'll pay you $50,000 as a bonus, and we'll give you general pensions. Join ICE. They're asking people to leave local law enforcement, which is the primary problem in this country, is local law enforcement, and go to work for ICE and have very few restrictions. Make sure they have training. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I believe the gentlelady from California first, and then we'll go to Georgia. You have? Okay. Was he first? No. I'm just trying to go in order.
Chairman, have we
been
called the question on the amendment yet?
The amendment in the nature of the substitute.
They're striking the last word.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to H.R. 6260, the Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act, Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act should be the name of a bill to remove ICE officers from our streets. But to digress and go back to this bill, it would define bail bonds as an insurance product, and it's intended to target nonprofit bail funds that raise money to pay the cash bonds of indigent detainees. Well, that's exactly what civil rights marchers needed back in the 50s and 60s when they were being arrested for exercising their right to peacefully protest against this government policy of apartheid for black people in this country. People were arrested, and you had people like Harry Belafonte and Lena Horne and Sammy Davis Jr., and you had labor unions, and you had the NAACP, you had pastors, you had rabbis, and other good-thinking people who put together funds to bond these protesters, these civil rights protesters out of jail. This legislation would create liability to these fundraising networks that would support peaceful protesters. And have no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen, the right to peacefully protest in America is under attack. That is what Ms. Renee Good, was doing yesterday, peacefully protesting. She didn't do anything wrong. She had not committed a felony. If she committed a misdemeanor, it would have been a minor traffic violation of impeding traffic. But as you look at the video, you can see her motioning traffic around her before she was summarily executed. Whether or not you want to call it manslaughter, whether or not you want to call it murder, it's definitely a homicide, and in my opinion, it's when prosecutors get someone who shoots into someone's car who is not an agent of the federal government, they will charge that person with the highest offense, which would be murder, and they'll let the jury decide whether or not it's something less. But it was something, make no doubt about it. When an agent, he wasn't a law enforcement officer, it was just a ICE agent, could have been a goon, the way that they approached that vehicle and scared that woman, told her to get the fuck out the car.
Order.
Yeah, that's what was said. Now,
Yeah, it's the second time the committee
but that is
has
what
had to
the
listen
agent,
to profanity.
That is what that
Ridiculous.
agent told that woman.
This is
And that woman.
It's the House of Representatives.
Committee will be in order.
United States House.
That woman was fearful
Stop
for
with
her life.
profanity.
Yeah.
That woman
Ridiculous.
I would remind the members that there's an appropriate language to be used in committee. The gentleman from Georgia controls the time.
Well, I would like to have my 45 seconds.
I've been very flexible on the time, and you will get an extra 20 seconds if you really need it, and we need to listen to it. You'll get it.
Yeah, well, you're going to censor me now like you're
I'm
trying
not
to
censoring
censor
anyone. I haven't
the
censored
people
anyone
on the
today.
streets of Minneapolis. It's time to remove these out-of-control ICE agents who have not had law enforcement training, but yet they're trying to apply the laws of this state to the citizens of that jurisdiction. They are a severe threat to public safety wherever they go. And we need to be holding hearings. Instead of this committee gave ICE $60 billion to detain and like what that agent was doing yesterday, trying to subdue this peaceful protester, this lady. You gave them $60 billion to do that, and you gave another $858 million for bonuses for these ICE agents that you recruit from among the 1,600 plus dangerous people that you have pardoned on January 6th. These criminals that were released back into our communities are now probably serving as goons in ICE, and they've been unleashed on our people, and then this legislation would prevent people who are protesting their unlawful activities. We prevent them from raising money to get these people out of jail on bond. I think it's outrageous that this committee would sit here on this particular day and consider this kind of legislation, which does nothing but hurts the First Amendment rights of people under the guise of getting at indigent detainees who are detained by ICE. Shame on this committee, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would just remind the committee that ICE agents have been doxxed, tracked, harassed, been interfered with when they're trying to do their job, been shot at in Dallas, all in these sanctuary jurisdictions all over the country. We even had a situation because in sanctuary jurisdictions, they won't comply with detainers that ICE has sent to that jurisdiction. We had ICE agents walking in the front door as the judge was letting the bad guy walk out the back door. So we all mourned the loss of this individual yesterday, but I think we need to keep some things in perspective. And with that, I would yield to the gentlelady, or recognize the gentlelady from California. Oh, excuse me, gentleman from California, then we'll go to the gentlelady from California.
Mr. Chairman, I've sat here patiently and hoped the gentleman from New Jersey's recommendation would get back to the substance of this, and there may still be hope. But until that happens, I thought I would, quite frankly, not tolerate this any further. I've listened to a number of things that bother me. One of them is I happen to be from a district that borders the Mexican border. I have 2 secondary checkpoints 70-plus miles inside the United States in which Border Patrol agents and ICE operate, to the frustration over the last 4 years before President Trump came to office of being not able to do their job as to drugs or aliens of any sort, including criminal aliens. Ashley Babbitt was a constituent of mine. There was an investigation, and I will live with the outcome of that investigation that said that it was justified based on the fear that that individual had and the protection that he thought he was giving to others. That was a process, and at the end of the process, her husband wasn't satisfied. People in the community, in many cases, who knew her as a veteran and as a peaceful person who was unarmed, who was, in fact, not carrying any deadly weapon, including an automobile, that she should be dead. It was a tragedy at best. I do not like her being called a felon just because she followed people in to the Capitol. Yes, she could have been arrested. Yes, she could have posted bail. And yes, she could have served time. But it's amazing to me that we want to have it both ways here. And this is not to admonish the ranking member, but I want us all to remember, we have to live with the outcome of an investigation. We have to insist on an investigation, and we as an oversight body need to follow up at the end of that investigation to ensure that, in fact, it was appropriate. And in some cases, we even monitor during the investigation. I think it's premature to ask for a hearing when we couldn't possibly get all of the facts. I think it's inappropriate to look at one video and think that we can make a determination. I still mourn the loss of my constituent, who I believe meant no harm, was making a huge mistake on January 6th, but paid a price that was not scaled to the crime. That may be the same thing that happened in Minnesota. I want to see both federal and state investigations, and I believe this committee has an obligation to look at that and hold hearings when appropriate. But I think today we're all spending a tremendous amount of time on a bill that should be debated, that is debatable, that there is a clear difference of opinion on, and get to the merits of it and move on. I will tell you this, as long as I'm a member of Congress, I will not forget or fail to ask for second guessing of decisions so that this body does its job, and that will include Minnesota. But I will join with the gentleman from New Jersey and ask that we please consider the ruckus arguments we can have over the bill before us without digressing into something that I truly believe today is premature, not inappropriate for us to debate, but premature. And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's great irony in the title of this bill, Keep Violent Offenders Off Our Streets. And that is, in fact, what we are talking about. I've listened to a number of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle reference Ms. Renee Good saying they don't know if she posed a threat. We don't know what she was thinking. And the fact is, we'll never know because she's dead, because she was killed, because she was murdered. And an ICE agent did not use de-escalation tactics. The ICE agent killed a prospective defendant, if you want to talk about bail, and she won't even get that because she is dead. I think it is wrong to have colleagues say, let's not talk about this until you decide it's time for us to talk about it. No, you are correct. This body is not a jury, but we make determinations all the time in this committee, and we are a jurisdiction of oversight. So at the very least, we should be demanding that the committee do the job of oversight and talk about this case. Use this as an opportunity to debate how our taxpayer dollars are being used, how our government agents are being used, how they are treating our constituents. You know, Kash Patel didn't know who Dylan Roof was, but I do. He killed 9 parishioners in cold blood. You know what? Law enforcement agents didn't roll up in that church and kill him. They used de-escalation tactics. So let's talk about that. You know, I have sat on these kinds of committees before when I was in the state legislature, and I was watching that video of what happened to Miss Good, and I was triggered all over again. As a black woman with a black husband, with black children, I have different kinds of conversations than many on this dais about how we have to take extra precautions. And I am a member of Congress. It is a fact that I have to take extra precautions in my family to make sure that my husband and my sons are not killed by law enforcement because of the color of their skin. And you know what that video showed us? Is that all Americans now have to take separate and extra precautions. I thought the mandate for ICE was that they were gonna go after criminals that are here illegally creating crimes. That mandate from that video. Miss Good was here legally. And maybe her crime was she was afraid of being shot. And that's exactly what happened. She was not here illegally, and she was not being involved in criminal behavior. And if you all want to say or continue to say that if you obey, then you will not be shot, don't disagree with law enforcement, do what law enforcement says. January 6th happened, and there were a whole bunch of people who rolled up at the Capitol and were disobeying the Capitol Police, who are law enforcement. And they were arrested. And you know what? The President of the United States said, I'm going to pardon you. It is okay for you to disobey law enforcement. It is okay for you to attack law enforcement. And 6 of the pardoned January 6th insurrectionists are charged with committing child sex crimes ranging from sexual assault to possession of child pornography. At least 33 January 6th insurrectionists pardoned by President Trump have been rearrested, charged, or sentenced for other crimes since January 6, 2021. So don't obey law enforcement, do what you want, and hope that you get pardoned. And this bill, keep violent offenders off our streets. You know, cash bail is not about guilt or innocence. It's not even about the crime. It is about your ability to pay for your freedom while you await trial. This bill goes against the sovereign rights of states. This bill says that we are going to tell your state, my state, how we govern our state criminal justice system. And ultimately it says if you can afford to pay the bail, You can have your freedom. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for granting me these extra 20 seconds, but I did want to make sure that I talk about this bill and why I don't support it, in
Gentlelady's time has
addition to
expired.
what has happened yesterday.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know that my colleagues have talked about the situation in Minnesota, which is appalling on so many levels. But this isn't just happening in Minnesota. ICE and CBP are exceeding their jurisdiction all over this country, and they're doing it with almost no consequences. Even my Republican senator, Senator Tillis, has been asking for accountability for how ICE and CBP have been operating in North Carolina. They have been picking up U.S. citizens, literally making them feel like they've been kidnapped. I had a woman in my district who was just swept up. She had done everything right. She had work authorization. She came here as a child. She had an attorney. She ended up spending a month in detention before our government said, whoops, it's Christmas. She's been all over the news. Maybe we should let her out. Thank God she got out. But she should have never been picked up in the first place. And now, when our citizens are saying enough is enough, do what you said you were going to do. Go after violent criminals. We're all for that. Every single one of us is for going after people who have a violent criminal history, the repeat offenders that I know my colleague, Mr. Knott, talks about. But we are not here to assault our citizens. And we are not here to allow the federal government to violate the rights of people who are protesting or may just be trying to turn their car around. This committee should be about oversight. It should be about preventing and punishing crime, but it should also be about calling out federal agents who are using their authority and legal force improperly. We can do both at the same time, and our Constitution demands that we do both at the same time. And when this committee just decides to take one side and not admit when something is wrong, and I'm not here to say it's always the Republicans who do that. Sometimes Democrats do that too. But we need to come together and say when enough is enough. And it's only getting worse. It is getting worse. Because this committee doesn't exercise that kind of oversight, the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee has had to have her own hearings. At our last hearing, we had more than 20 members, not members of this committee, show up and talk about abuses of ICE and CBP. We haven't had one hearing on that in this official committee. We haven't had one expression of even unpleasantness with that from the other side of the aisle. It is time that this committee does its job. I am so grateful that we actually have a ranking member who's not only doing her job, but the job of the whole committee. She is bringing this to light, and it has got to stop. And with that, I will yield my final minute to the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee.
Thank you, Ms. Ross, and thank you for your kind comments, and thank you for all of the people on this committee and beyond who have come to those shadow hearings. I've held 5 of them now. The last one had 25 members. We couldn't get everybody in because there wasn't enough time for people to speak. But I just want to go back to the problem that happens when there's a president and a Secretary of Homeland Security who put out propaganda immediately after an incident like this. Because I think this is extremely important. In a situation like this, typically you would have gathering of information. That is what local law enforcement was doing, federal agents were doing. And actually, I'm no fan of Tom Homan. I think you all know that. The Trump borders are. But Tom Homan actually tried to be measured initially. He actually he gave a much more measured response, and he said he wasn't going to jump to a conclusion after watching one video or comment on an ongoing investigation. But what happened is Kristi Noem and Donald Trump immediately wanted to spin this. And the people on this committee, very good colleagues on the other side, are doing the same thing. Because when you say that we shouldn't jump to conclusions, you have to understand everybody in America is watching these videos. Everybody in America is seeing what we saw. And so when you say we shouldn't jump to conclusions, remember that the first people that jumped to conclusions were Kristi Noem and Donald Trump. And we are not going to allow that narrative to continue. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chairman of the Immigration Committee is now recognized, the gentleman from California.
Well, in response to my colleague, I would point out that we all have eyes. We all saw the video. And what I saw was an ICE vehicle that was attempting to leave an area that was in a near riot condition. A civilian vehicle then suddenly moved in front of it to block its departure. I then saw an ICE officer approach that vehicle and issue a lawful order to the driver to get out of the car. Instead of complying with that order, the driver backed up, pointed the car in the direction of another officer, and then shifted into drive, stepping on the gas while the officer had his hand on the door. It then accelerated in the direction of that other ICE officer at the moment that he fired into the vehicle. That's what the video shows, and we all have eyes and we all can see it. There are a lot of questions that it raises, starting with the perspective of the officer who fired at this approaching vehicle. Was the car indeed pointed directly at him when he fired? It certainly appeared that way to me from the video we've seen. I assume the officer was wearing a body camera, and we'll get a better idea of his perspective in the course of the investigation. There's the question of why the driver attempted to block the ICE vehicle as it was leaving, why the driver felt motivated to obstruct clearly uniformed federal law enforcement officers in the performance of their duties, why she willfully refused to comply with a lawful order by those officers, and why she pointed her vehicle toward another officer while hitting the gas. Now, I suspect that a great deal of her motivation was exactly from the kind of incendiary rhetoric we hear every day from our radical Democratic colleagues. It is a direct attack on the rule of law. Our ICE officers are enforcing federal law as the Congress wrote it. The Democrats here don't like that law. They object to its enforcement. And they're actively encouraging citizens to obstruct its enforcement. In a nation of laws, the answer is not to obstruct the law, but to change it. They are sitting in the very institution that writes these laws. If they believe the laws that enforce our nation's sovereignty are wrong, then they should make the case to change them. And to Ms. Ross, I'd point out that when the Democrats had the majority and our nation was suffering through the worst illegal mass migration in its history, the Immigration Subcommittee under Democratic control held not a single hearing on that crisis as it unfolded, not one. I suspect their encouragement of disobedience to the law had a large role to play in the mind of the driver and in the minds of the increasingly violent mobs that our colleagues are deliberately inciting. As Lincoln said to their predecessors, there is no grievance that is a fit object for redress by mob law. How sad these same words need to be repeated here before the House Judiciary Committee that's supposed to be dedicated to the rule of law. Now, the bill before us deals with the regulation of bail bonds and simply requires that charitable bail funds administer these funds as they advertise to their donors and be accountable for the administration of those funds according to the standards of their state insurance commissions. That seems reasonable to me, and I support the bill and yield back.
Well said. Gentleman yields back. I believe it's Mr. Garcia, the gentleman from Illinois, then I think the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm going to speak on the cash bail subject when the second bill comes up. But this morning, I feel compelled to speak on the tragic incident that occurred in Minneapolis yesterday, the tragic killing of Renee Good. I do so mindful of the fact that two of the first shootings by ICE agents, CBP agents, that occurred in this country occurred in my district last year, last summer. First, it was a father of two who had just dropped off his two children at school, was approached by ICE agents, terrified. As he sought to leave the area, he was shot and killed. Then came the shooting of a young woman, a U.S. citizen, shot 5 times, accused by Secretary Noem, by other officials, of terrorist activity. Serious federal charges that could have resulted in decades of time in prison. She was a teacher. She is a teacher at a Montessori school. What happened with those charges? They've been dropped, as have other cases of serious charges that have been brought about in my community alone. Almost half of the charges against people have been dropped already. Why is this happening? Because the stated policy is to prioritize the removal of dangerous criminals from immigrant communities, but that isn't what's happening. What's happening is that the aggressive enforcement of legislation that's targeting certain communities is causing terror and grief and fear and trauma to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. It's happening because of the following. Rogue federal agents under the leadership of Secretary Noem, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, are trampling on people's constitutional rights like we haven't seen in decades, perhaps in the history of our country. They are engaging in obscene ethnic and racial profiling. They are denying due process to people when apprehended. They are masked with military-grade weapons, cussing at people, ordering people to do things, treating people like dirt. U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, people under color of law, veterans. Why is this happening, this indiscriminate treatment of people in communities? And 5, the attempted deployments of the National Guard in certain cities and states, thanks to the intervention of the courts and the actions of Democratic attorneys general, that's been halted for the moment because it was unconstitutional, it was illegal. And lastly, the illegal denial of members of Congress to do oversight. We were prevented from doing that in Chicagoland. 4 members of Congress, we took our IDs, we had our pins, we identified ourselves. We were denied that. We had to wait for lawsuits that endured 6 months to have the ability to finally do our job and oversight. So this is why I speak out on this issue, because it's a terrible precedent in our country's history. It will be a shameful episode as we tell the history of America, because we've trampled on the Constitution. We've violated what has been established law in our country, and we've engaged in Gestapo tactics of federal agents that have been encouraged to violate the Constitution and trample on the rights of people in communities all over our country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to a previous statement by one of our colleagues, Governor Biggs. He said that Democrats have not tried to de-escalate the situation. You know, after the brutal murder of Charlie Kirk, which was domestic terrorism, okay, we tried to de-escalate. After the assassination attempt against the president, which was domestic terrorism, I was appointed to the task force to investigate that assassination attempt. We tried to de-escalate. After the anti-Semitic attack in Colorado, in which you put forward a resolution that included language about ICE's favorable role in that. 75 Democrats voted for that resolution, even though there was no reason to put that in there, but you did it to try to put us on the board. So this idea that that Democrats have said nothing, that we haven't tried to de-escalate, it's just not true. It's just not true. Now, it's not like you guys have any credibility on de-escalation. I mean, literally, we're not the ones who told tens of thousands of people to show up to the Capitol and run in here like a mob, and now you all tell people it never happened. You know, like, oh, that's not what the deal was. It's not like every day there isn't some sort of tweet that just escalates and escalates and escalates. And so, listen, I hope one day we could have a hearing on de-escalation. I would love to participate in a hearing on how we together de-escalate. But looking at one party and saying, you don't de-escalate, I mean, that's literally escalation. We can't have a serious dialogue on how we do bring down the temperature together. You know, I want to, we heard about this domestic terrorism thing, right? Domestic terrorism. That was the first thing we heard. I have a question. This is the person who within minutes of the shooting, went on TV and called it domestic terrorism. What, is she hiding her face like her ICE agents now? She can't show her face either? By the way, is this what the $800 billion went to? Every day we see her after there's some new tragedy in Homeland, she's wearing a different outfit with a different hat. I mean, come on, guys, she looks ridiculous. She's not just an embarrassment to the country. She's an embarrassment to you and the president. Okay, she deserves to be removed from her job by the president, and if not impeached. Not just for her complete failures in Homeland, but her destruction of FEMA. She's not even running the department. You guys know this. You guys know she's not running Homeland. Your governors and you all, when you need your FEMA money, you don't call Noam, you call Corey. You know she's not running the place. She's a complete and utter embarrassment. By the way, every Homeland Secretary has come in front of this committee once a Congress. I'd like to know the date she's coming. When is she coming? When is she coming? By the way, do you know Pam Bondi has not come in front of this committee? Do you know she's the only secretary to not appear in front of a committee yet? When is she coming? What's the date on the calendar that she's coming? You know what? Let's make it easy. I want to make a motion to subpoena Pam Bondi.
Second.
To this committee.
Third, fourth, fifth.
How much are we going to...
The gentleman is not recognized for that motion. However, the chair will advise as to the Attorney General coming for, as they do routinely.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. But where is the Attorney General, the only secretary to not appear, okay, in front of a committee? The only one. We're into year 2 of this Congress, and we've not had the Attorney General in front of this committee. How much are we going to weaken Article 1 of the Constitution while you guys remain in power? I watch you twist yourself into pretzels trying to defend this, running away from previous statements, disagreeing with yourself, trying to defend the crap that's happening. And so I'll make a motion again to subpoena Pam Bondi in front of this committee.
Second.
The chair will again admonish that the gentleman is not recognized for purpose of the motion. The chair will also inform all of us that the Attorney General had agreed to come and was going to be here in October. Unfortunately, we had a shutdown. However, this committee is in the process of scheduling a return. If there is not a shutdown later in January, I fully expect that she will be here.
Will she be here before or after we invade Greenland?
Well before, I would guess.
Okay.
And the gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California seeks recognition. For what purpose?
To strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for that purpose.
This is the glove compartment of Renee Good. 37-year-old mom, 3 kids. She wasn't a terrorist. She wasn't a criminal. She was a mom. There's no weapon in that glove compartment. There's no knife, no gun, no explosive. There's stuffed animals. Any one of us with young kids knows what that glove compartment looks like. It's a distraction device. It's a bribery tool. It's a way to keep your kids calm when they're acting out in the car. She had a baby to go home to. A 6-year-old who is now orphaned, who lost his father just 2 years ago. So you want to defend this? You want to defend the murder of this mom? You want to root on and cheer for her being shot in the face 3 times? Unfortunately, this is where we have been heading from the start. It was just a matter of time. When you hire masked thugs, of course, it's going to get increasingly horrible. We started with ICE agents chasing people through the fields and the factories where they work, deporting U.S. kids with stage 4 cancer, pulling peaceful people out of their homes and cars by their hair, and now shooting a mother and telling us, just like you told us on January 6th, don't believe your eyes when you see the video. Is this going to get worse? Of course it will. Bodies are piling up. Will Renee Good be the last mom murdered by ICE? We literally now have masked murderers roaming our streets. But we're not helpless. And if my Republican colleagues are going to do nothing right now, you better believe that accountability is coming. Here's what it looks like. The masks are coming off. Identification is coming out. Immunity is going to be stripped. And to Kristi Noem, Tom Cashbag Homan, and Greg Bovino, your asses are going to be in these witness chairs. The job we have on this committee is to keep Trump out of our streets, out of our homes, and out of our lives. No policy matters to anyone on this committee if you can't protect your people. So people like Renee Good, an American citizen, a mom, doesn't get shot 3 times in the face. So she can go home to her 6-year-old child. And so we can go back to the country I know we are. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
The gentlelady will state her unanimous consent.
I'd like to enter into the record this CNN news story. Minnesota Investigations Unit, FBI denying access.
Without objection,
Case
so ordered.
materials, refusing to work jointly on probe into fatal
It
ice
is not,
shooting.
the gentlelady has given the title,
That's the
and without
title.
objection, it shall
That
be
is
in
the title,
the
Mr.
record.
Chairman. The entire thing is the title. Minnesota Investigations Unit, FBI denying access.
Without objection,
to case
it'll be entered in the
materials,
record.
refusing to work jointly on
Who else
probe
seeks
into fatal
recognition?
ice shooting.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized to strike the last word.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd ask to strike the last words.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you so much. It is so hard to sit here sometimes because I didn't come to Congress to write laws or to do things that are hurting people. I'm just asking if there's any decency or heart or courage on that side of the aisle. The fact that a woman was killed, she was shot in her head, and y'all are pretending like nothing happened. I remember when Charlie Kirk got killed. Do you remember what our response was? Our response wasn't to sit there and pretend like it was okay. Is it okay because you have a badge? Because the last time I checked, allegedly no one is above the law. Can y'all not just have a little bit of courage and humanity? A child. A child has lost her mom. And y'all want to pretend that it is okay. I am asking if there is anyone that will stand for the very people that elected us and sent us to Congress. You tell us things like, well, the immigrants are bad. And so we got to get all these bills because the immigrants are the ones that are causing the harm, they're bringing the crime. The mayor of Minneapolis told y'all to get the fuck out. Yet y'all are the ones, it is this administration that is bringing crime
Mr.
to
Chair,
their streets. That's what's happening.
It's the third incident where somebody has dropped an F-bomb in this committee,
Well,
including the video.
I'm sorry.
Including the
Are
video
your
that we had to watch
I
earlier.
Are your princess ears okay?
Is it profanity?
Well, you're more upset about my words than you are about the fact that a woman
The House of Representatives.
The gentlelady
Are we
will
offending
suspend
your princess ears? Are they that soft?
All members
Well,
will
maybe some of the
suspend.
kids out there.
Mr. Chairman, it is the gentlelady's
You're killing
time.
them.
Kids.
It is the gentlelady's time. Let's let her have her
Wait,
time.
It is the gentlelady's time. Would you stop the clock for a moment? Okay, and
That was the quote.
I'll restore that. The chair will remind all members that the person controlling the time is not to be unreasonably interrupted. We would further admonish that whenever possible to express the full meaning of something, it be done so without an expletive that may be offensive to people here in the audience or those who watch this on television. I understand that a quote at times is essential, but I would admonish everyone that it has been the practice of this committee for the many years I've been here to use such things as F-bomb in order to get the message out without actually using the word. Notwithstanding that, the gentlelady will be recognized for this time plus an additional 20 seconds. The gentlelady may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Long story short, we are sitting in judiciary and no one on that side of the aisle seems to care that this particular person, whose name we don't know at this point, became the judge, jury, and executioner. I don't know how you square that. And then we're sitting here literally in markup for a bail funds bill. When I first ran for office, it was in the midst of yet another lynching by law enforcement in Minneapolis. At that time, it was George Floyd. I remember working as a pro bono criminal defense attorney to help protesters that were being arrested. There were more than 600 protesters that were arrested in Dallas. There were churches that came together to make sure that there were bail funds. There were nonprofit organizations. And to explain how it works for bail, since we're in judiciary and we're writing the laws, and some people may not understand this, but those bail funds, those nonprofit organizations are not the ones that determine whether or not somebody gets bail. What they do is they help out poor people, which I know y'all are not interested in either. But they help out people that aren't rich and famous and have limitless amounts of money, like all of the Epstein defendants who somehow y'all can't find, even though y'all went and got Maduro. But it helps out those people to be able to get out of jail. Many of those people that if they spend just a couple of days in jail will then be thrust into straight up poverty because they will lose everything. Why it is that you want to criminalize people such as churches that are trying to help the poor because they understand what the Bible says, and they don't just say that they understand it or say that they love Jesus, but they decide that they actually put it into works because faith without works is dead. That is wrong too. And I'm here to tell you that there's going to be a lot of nonprofit organizations that are going to step up in this moment, because there are going to be protests around this entire country because of the state-sanctioned execution that we all saw unfold, unless there is some kind of justice that takes place and we get the name of that officer and that officer is prosecuted. So I ask that law enforcement, we have oversight over them. I am the oversight ranker. Let's go ahead. In fact, I make a motion that we have a hearing in the oversight subcommittee as it relates to this particular issue and what took place.
The gentlelady was not recognized for purposes of motions. Does anyone else seek recognition? Seeing no others, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of the substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, say aye. Any opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. No. Okay, we're going to go on to the bill. You can vote no on that. Okay. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is ordered. The question now occurs in voting in favor of reporting the bill as amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, we're not sure what it was. Can you call for a recorded vote?
I would like to call for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote being ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes aye. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia? Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes no. Ms. Scanlon, you are not recorded. Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Knott, you are not recorded. Mr. Knott votes yes.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 9 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments. The staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes.
Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 5213, the Keep Violent Criminals Off Our Streets Act. For purposes of markup, I move the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5213.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. And then we'll do opening statements. Chair is recognized. H.R. 5213 prohibits the Attorney General from awarding burn jag grants to state and local governments that have cashless bail policies for violent criminal offenses and offenses that promote public disorder. States and local jurisdictions use burn jag grant dollars to fund many pretrial services that are used to assess and evaluate these offenders when they're released. Federal taxpayer dollars should not be awarded to states that have pro-criminal, anti-victim policies. Rates of violent crime have increased dramatically in Democrat-run cities over the past 5 years. Soft-on-crime prosecutors and legislators have implemented various bail policies that have resulted in more violent offenders being released back into their communities after their arrest. These laws and policies ignore public safety and create a revolving door for criminals. For example, in 2021, Illinois became the first state to eliminate the use of cash bail. Other states, such as California and New York, have modified their bail practice to significantly decrease the use of cash bail. These states continue to receive millions of taxpayer dollars in the form of burn jag grant funding, some of which is used for pretrial services. For example, in fiscal year 2024, Congress appropriated $924 million to state and local jurisdictions in this burn jag grant dollar program. Congress cannot continue to reward states and local jurisdictions that place their residents in harm's way for ideological purposes. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back and now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose the bill. H.R. 5213, which I understand will be renamed the No Federal Funds for Cashless Bail Act, should really be titled the Defund the Police in Dozens of American Jurisdictions Act. That's because it would prohibit states or localities that have reformed their cash bail systems from getting any funds from the burn jag program, the cornerstone of our federal public safety grant program, which supplies millions of dollars to police departments, prosecutors, and victim advocates across America to keep our communities safe. So instead of targeting criminals, this bill actually targets law enforcement, gutting federal funds that officers and district attorneys need to combat, prosecute, and punish crime. And it targets crime victims who rely on the support that burn jag funds provide. Although this punitive, anti-local bill is hopelessly vague, it's apparently intended to punish jurisdictions that have enacted cashless bail for a set of covered offenses. And I want to be clear, Mr. Chairman, if someone awaiting trial is a danger to the community or they're a flight risk, it shouldn't matter how much money that person has, they should be detained, period. Everyone should agree on that. But there are some states and localities that have made the determination that if someone does not pose a risk, they should not lose their liberty simply because of their poverty. Half of Americans are living from paycheck to paycheck. Lots of Americans simply can't afford to put up the cash bail, even if they pose no risk to anyone else and no flight risk. And they shouldn't be forced to stay in jail simply because of the power and the financial contributions of the bail bondsman. It's up to a judge to determine whether a person can safely be released before trial and whether they can be expected to appear in court. But many jurisdictions have decided that if a person's not a danger to the community, their freedom should not depend on whether or not they can afford to post bail. Under a Charles Dickens cash bail system, wealthy defendants can effectively buy their way out of jail, while lower income people who pose no greater risk will languish behind bars indefinitely simply because they don't have the money for it. That really is out of A Tale of Two Cities. They say life is unfair, but that shouldn't be the law. That's why some states and localities have decided that reforming, in some cases eliminating cash bail, would help reduce inequity in the criminal justice system while ensuring public safety is protected. But this bill assumes Congress knows better than these communities and imposes harsh penalties on their citizens that would actually make them less safe by cutting law enforcement funding in a reprisal against them for policy reasons. Unfortunately, our colleagues want to play politics with public safety, but they're hurting the very people they say they want to protect. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on this gross federal overreach, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back without objections. All of the opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now introduces an amendment in the nature of the substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purpose of amendment. This amendment changes the short title of the bill to the No Federal Funds for Cashless Bail Act. As the ranking member indicated, this change is not intended in any way to alter the important purpose of the legislation. I urge support of the amendment and yield back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Been called worse. Yeah.
God forbid. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this bill for essentially the same reasons that the ranking member did. It is an anti-law enforcement bill because it cuts the burned JAG grants. And it does so in the name of opposing cash bail. But the fact is, cashless bail. But the fact is, cashless bail or almost cashless bail policies, like in New York, have worked. No one should go to jail pre-trial because he can't put up cash. No one. A judge, in every case, should decide on the flight risk or risk of bad conduct by a defendant based on all kinds of factors, except one, that is, whether the defendant can put up cash. That factor is irrelevant. The judge should decide to hold the person in confinement until trial or to let him go, based on all the myriad of factors that you would judge. States have gone in this direction. And states that have gone in this direction, like New York, which has almost the cashless bail policy, I wish we'd go further, have the lowest crime rates in decades. We have not seen lots of defendants released on cash, released before trial, commit crimes. As I said, the factors that lead to the risk of committing a crime before trial are weighable, are knowable and weighable by a judge. The one thing that shouldn't matter is whether you have money to buy your freedom. For this reason, I oppose this legislation and urge its defeat, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I think we're waiting for Mr. Van Drew. Does Mr. Van Drew have an amendment? Does he? Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our ranking member. I want to follow up on a point that was made and articulated by my colleague from Florida during the prior debate, and I wonder if the chairman might engage with me in a bit of colloquy here, because as I understand it, we can find no record of an Attorney General of the United States not testifying within the year in which they were confirmed for the better part of the last quarter century. Are you aware, Mr. Chairman, you've been in Congress a long time, of an Attorney General? What was that?
I'll wait till you finish your question.
Are you aware of an Attorney General?
I don't know if
Mr. Barr, Mr. Garland.
I will tell you,
Mr.
the Attorney General is scheduled to be here She was scheduled to be here during the whatever 43-day shutdown that you guys orchestrated, but she's now scheduled to be back in next month.
Well, it's interesting. I'll just say, the shutdown did not stop any of the other Republican chairmen within the House of Representatives from securing an appearance from the individuals who serve in the president's cabinet. Did not stop any of Attorney General Bondi's
Like
peers.
I said, she was scheduled in, she's
Mr.
coming in
Chairman, I'm
February.
going to reclaim my time on this front because I find it to be the height of hypocrisy, having served on this committee for several years, having heard my colleagues bemoan the fact that Attorney General Garland took until September, October of 2021 to testify in front of this committee, that they cannot be bothered, that the Attorney General of the United States won't testify in front of this committee, apparently until next month, although this isn't the first time we've heard from the chairman that the Attorney General is slated to testify. And then, of course, as fate would have it, the hearing is canceled or no longer scheduled and all the rest. So I look forward to that hearing. I hope the chairman is a man of his word and that he can commit to us that that hearing will take place and that the Attorney General of the United States will testify in front of the committee that has jurisdiction and oversight over her department. If the chairman's willing to make that commitment, is that?
Like I said, she's scheduled to be here next month. We've had the director of the FBI. I don't believe any committee had any hearings during this 43-day shutdown that you guys put together.
Most of them scheduled their oversight hearings before that. So in any event, I look forward to that hearing. I yield back the balance of my time. Or I yield to the ranking member, I'm sorry.
Thank you kindly. I wanted to say a word in response to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, who said, as to the terrible killing of the 37-year-old mom, Renee Good, in Minnesota, that he would reserve judgment, something obviously the president did not do, something that the director of Homeland Security did not do. He would want to see. And I appreciate the fact that he did not reject my suggestion to think about Ashley Babbitt, because there's some people who seem to think that the legitimacy of a police killing of a citizen should be based on the politics of the person who's killed, which is just outrageous and dangerous, okay? And so when Ashley Babbitt was killed, I said from the very beginning of that, there's got to be an investigation to see whether this was a lawful use of force or not. And there was an internal investigation in the Capitol Police Department that found it was a lawful use of force to defend both the officer and the members of Congress from the entering mob. And then the Department of Justice came to the exact same conclusion. Nonetheless, our colleagues and the Department of Justice took the position that there should be a $5 million payout to Ashley Babbitt's family, despite the fact that there were investigations exonerating the police officer in that case. Now what we've got is the president and the Homeland Security Department asserting peremptorily, summarily, that this was self-defense in this case, and in a way totally contrary to the evidence of our own eyes. If we're going to come to a snap judgment, then I'm with the people who are saying that was murder. If we're going to come to a snap judgment, if we're going to act like lawyers on the Judiciary Committee, then let's say, well, we will allow the investigation to continue and we'll allow there to be some just conclusions made. But nonetheless, from the standpoint of public safety, we've got to get in control of ICE. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the politicians in my state at the state level had their way, then cash bail would have been abolished in California. There was a bill to do just that. It passed our legislature and was signed into law by our governor. But then the people of California weighed in. That measure was subject to a voter referendum that appeared on the ballot, and the people of California voted overwhelmingly, 56% of the vote, to overturn the law that had been passed by our legislature and signed by the governor to abolish cash bail. Because the people of our state are tired of this decriminalization agenda that has continued to lower the consequences for crimes and to take tools out of the hands of law enforcement and to allow for early release of dangerous offenders back into our communities. I'll add, incidentally, that history repeated itself last year when the voters of our state overwhelmingly overturned a measure that lowered the consequences for retail theft and drug crimes, despite the governor and the leaders in the legislature opposing this initiative last year. The people of California passed Proposition 36 to restore reasonable penalties with an overwhelming 68% of the vote. So to the extent that it's relevant to how anyone votes on this measure, I just thought it was worth noting that even in a left-leaning state like California, an overwhelming majority of the people believes that these policies of abolishing cash bail and the other decriminalization policies that have gone with it are completely reckless. And I think that this is a common sense measure to assure and do whatever we can to assure that these sort of reckless policies are not adopted throughout the country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that our Republican colleagues would much rather talk about cash bail today than about the fact that an ICE agent shot and killed an American citizen in Minneapolis yesterday, because that's what happened. A masked ICE agent shot and killed Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old citizen, a young mother in Minneapolis. This is a tragedy, apparently a preventable tragedy, and I'm heartbroken for her family, her loved ones, and her community. But I'm also angry and heartbroken for our country. How is it possible that we are doing anything else in this committee today? I completely endorse my Democratic colleagues' calls for an investigation, for hearings, because where is the accountability? That is Congress's job. Where's the response from this committee's leadership? The White House immediately branded Renee Good, this young mother, this American citizen, as a domestic terrorist and claimed she had violently attacked ICE agents. But soon thereafter, video footage and eyewitness testimony emerged that directly contradicted the White House spin. There's eyewitness testimony that the agents gave Renee Good conflicting directives and video evidence that she tried to wave the ICE agents around her car and steer around them. That's why it's all the more egregious and demanding of both condemnation and congressional investigation that the White House's first instinct was to manipulate the facts and smear the dead woman. And why it's all the more important that Congress meet its duty to examine ICE's abuses, its lack of training, its massive overspending. The implications of this incident go far beyond the tragedy in Minneapolis. 2 days ago, we marked the 5th anniversary of January 6th, an egregious act of political violence inspired by President Trump's unlawful attempts to overturn the 2020 election, when his followers violently attacked the U.S. Capitol, gravely injuring hundreds of law enforcement officers and threatening the lives of the Vice President, members of Congress, and the staff who work here. But when congressional Republicans let the President and his allies skate, let them evade accountability for inciting political violence against our Capitol and our Constitution, they opened the door for the killing of Renee Good yesterday. They opened the door for this administration's attempts to erase history. They opened the door for this president to pardon the hundreds of convicted criminals who attacked law enforcement officers on January 6th. They opened the door for this second Trump administration to send troops to American cities and unleash armed and masked federal officers to terrorize law-abiding communities. In 5 years, we've seen this president and his allies move from urging Americans to commit violence against our government to using government agencies to commit violence against Americans, to silence anyone who questions this White House or the legality of its dangerous agenda. It is long past time for Congress to assert itself on behalf of the American people and on behalf of our Constitution. What happened yesterday in Minneapolis was wrong, but it was the inevitable result of unleashing armed and masked federal agents on American streets to create political theater. This is wrong, and if you can't see that, then you don't belong here. I yield back.
Will the gentleman let a yield just for a second?
I will yield to Mr. Raskin.
I just have some UC requests, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman can proceed.
One is from dream.org, one is from Bail Project about HR 5213. And
Without
then
objection, they'll be entered in the record.
and I have two others. These are the Minority Committee staff reports that I highly recommend to everybody on the committee. One is called Where Are They Now? The Perpetrators of January 6th and the Defenders of Democracy Who Stopped Them, which follows people from January 6th. And then 1 year later, assessing the public safety implications of President Trump's mass pardon of 1,600 rioters and insurrectionists.
Without objection. I believe it's the gentlelady from Washington and then the gentlelady from California. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this bill, but I want to go back to what happened in Minnesota because I just think that this is so critical on so many different levels. There's new information coming out every minute. I'm tracking this very closely. I want to enter into the record an article from the Washington Post entitled, "ICE Agent Was Not in Vehicle's Path When He Fired at Driver." I also want to enter into the record an article from the New York Times that is titled, "Minnesota Officials Say They're Being Blocked from Investigating Fatal ICE Shooting."
Without objection.
And the reason I think this is very important is because we have video footage that is being shown across this country about what happened in Minnesota when Ms. Good was shot 3 times by an ICE agent as her car was being turned to move away. And we also have immediately, not days later, immediately, the Secretary of Homeland Security, who has billions of dollars at her disposal, taxpayer dollars, who has been using ICE agents to kidnap and disappear people across our cities, including US citizens, by the way, mass detention policies that have been ruled illegal by numerous judges across the country with no due process, which is what this committee is supposed to ensure that we have. And that Secretary of Homeland Security, combined with the President of the United States, within hours, put out statements that were absolutely lies. And that's coming out now with all this video footage. And what happens, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, what happens is we live in 2 realities. We here in Congress are living in 2 realities, where we have one reality of what's happening to the American people. Healthcare is being stolen. We're invading Venezuela without authorization from Congress. Congratulations to the Republicans in the Senate who voted for the War Powers Resolution where it passed in the Senate on Venezuela. We are seeing a reality on television of an American citizen who was sitting in her car be violently approached by an ICE agent and then turning her car away and being shot 3 times. Not once, not twice, 3 times. When you have the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security now give an alternate reality to what happened, what you do is you undermine any trust that may have existed in the United States government, because that's who's saying these lies. And when you undermine the trust, and maybe this is the proposition that my colleagues across the aisle are okay with, I don't know. But when you undermine that kind of trust in our government, in our democracy, that is when you have lawlessness. And look, this isn't the first time. January 6th happened. I was in that gallery when January 6th happened. I couldn't walk, I had a cane, I just had a knee surgery, and I was one of the last people to be let out of the gallery. And to tell me that that didn't happen, that that was not a violent insurrection incited by the President of the United States, confirmed by a special counsel that he was absolutely trying to steal that election, is not just a disservice. That's too mild of a word. It is fundamentally undermining people's faith in government. Because when I see these articles that say ICE agent was not in the vehicle's path when he fired at the driver, and that is directly contradictory to what the President of the United States has said, how can we accept anything from this government, from this administration? He wants to set up an offshore account for Venezuelan oil that we sell, and I don't know, is he going to control that account? I have no idea. But I am deeply disturbed about this killing, about the lack of accountability from this committee, about the fact that members on the other side are defending this killing. And I think we have to think about the consequences to our democracy and to our judiciary system and to the trust in government. I yield back.
I think I have the gentleman from California, and then I'll come to the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this bill, and I am going to get to it in a minute. But I ask when the fever will break over there. Please let us know. And if we can help accelerate it, let us know how. You know, a woman, a mother, a daughter was killed on the streets of Minneapolis. And, you know, the callous disregard for the life is pretty potent, coming from this administration, from Kristi Noem, and from some folks on the other side of the aisle. And maybe that's because you don't know her. But I would just implore us all to consider if Miss Renee Good belonged to us, if she lived in our community, if she was a constituent in our district, if we knew her, if we worshiped with her. Think about it in those terms so that you can emote a little compassion, even if it's rented, for the fact that this woman was killed on the streets of Minneapolis. And I'm deeply alarmed that the FBI has taken over this case and has denied local law enforcement the opportunity to investigate it. But you know, Kash Patel likes to party, so while we're discussing finding a time for the Attorney General Pam Bondi, priceless, to come and be a witness before this committee, maybe we can bring back Kash Patel. Please. I want to go back to this bill, keeping violent criminals off our streets. And, you know, Tuesday was January 6th. Trump put 1,500 violent criminals back on the streets, those folks that he pardoned. And some of them, before the pardon that they got, were violent criminals, okay? Here's their charges: malicious bodily injury, strangling assault on a family member, destruction of property, assault, soliciting a minor, possession of child pornography and sexual exploitation of a minor, sexual assault of a child, receipt of child pornography, aggravated sexual battery of a child under 13, DUIs, stalking, invasion of property, drug possession, rape.
Will the gentlelady yield for a quick question?
Yes.
So thank you for referencing that. It's, you know, our report is devastating and everybody on the committee should read it. You're referring to some crimes that were committed before January 6th.
That's true.
But there were also crimes committed after January 6th.
Amen, ranking member. I was getting to that.
Please do. And after the pardon, there were also those who've gone out. I mean, you know, if the roles were reversed, we bet we'd have a Willie Horton ad every night on TV.
Yes, we would. And to your point, after the pardon, these violent criminals came back on the street and committed more crimes. Let's get into it. assault of multiple people, including a police officer, law enforcement, violating a peace order in 22 and in 25, burglary, grand theft, possession of stolen property, breaking and entering, a felony charge of making a terroristic threat, and these are actions, these are felonious actions that happened after the pardon. So if you're talking about keeping violent criminals off the streets, I would think that you would be talking about these folks, but no. You're actually talking about poor people, and in some instances, legally innocent people who are held in jail pre-trial for no other reason than their inability to pay bail. And I want to agree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle from California that states should be in control of their criminal justice system. My colleague wanted to reference the state of California. Well, the state of California actually was investing in reforms that, you know what they did? They cut down the cost of jail time, 1.4 million jail days because of the reforms. You know what that translates into? Saving taxpayer dollars. And they saved taxpayers $100 million because of their reforms. And I just want to add, even though I know my time is up, Mr. Chair, but you know, this program you're trying to defund actually supports law enforcement. I looked up this, Burn Jag. It says it helps law enforcement, prosecution in courts, prevention and education, corrections, community corrections, drug treatment, mental health and related law enforcement and correction programs. So you're essentially saying you want to defund law enforcement and the community-based organizations that partner with law enforcement. And you know, we had a hearing about defunding federal courts. So we cannot speak out of both sides of our mouths, Mr. Chair, which is why I oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady has expired. The gentleman,
Thank you.
Gentleman from Georgia, then the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last
Gentleman's
word.
recognized.
Yeah, this bill, just had it up, the Keep Violent Criminals Off of Our Streets Act, flies in the face of human decency and democracy. I served as a criminal defense attorney for 27 years before I came to Congress, and during 12 of those years, I served as a magistrate court judge, and one of the things I did as a judge was to set bond for people. And so my state, the state of Georgia, allows judges to exercise judicial discretion in setting bond in many and most cases. Sometimes that's limited by Georgia law. But in cases where I could set cash bonds, I use my discretion, and other judges use their discretion based on factors like nature of the offense, a misdemeanor. Why can't a judge set a signature bond, a cashless bond? Why can't a judge set a signature bond for a misdemeanor? In fact, I would challenge any of my Republican colleagues who support this bill, 5213 HR, to cite a situation where a state court judge set bail for a dangerous offense. You can't do that. The only thing that you can do is to pass this legislation for the purpose of incarcerating more people. And you know that most of the people who fill the jails now unable to make bond are black and brown people. And you know that the people who are most unable to make a bond that has been set that is not cashless or signature bond, the ones who are most likely to not be able to make bond are black and brown people. And that is why, as you know, the jails are filled with black and brown people awaiting trial, haven't even been convicted yet, but just simply awaiting trial on minor charges because they cannot make bond. This bill would punish state and local governments for allowing their judges, the discretion to set signature bonds. It would cause them to lose burn JAG grant funding. By the way, $270 million of burn JAG awards in 2024 to 1,489 local governments that were eligible helps these states and local governments reduce and subdue crime. But you all want to take discretion away. Why is that? Got to tie it back to what happened to Renee Good yesterday. Peaceful protests, peaceful protesters. You want them to be locked up. You don't want them to be able to get out on bond if they're charged with disturbing the peace or some minor misdemeanor. It's an erosion of our First Amendment rights, our rights to peacefully assemble and seek redress from our government. You're trying to stifle dissent. You're in favor of shooting people, executing people on the street for minor traffic offenses. This is outrageous where our country is headed. As Donald Trump's net worth goes up $3 billion in a year, our First Amendment rights are going down and our streets are being flooded with ICE goons who are untrained and who shoot into moving vehicles. Did you see why it is against police procedure to fire into a moving vehicle? It's because that vehicle becomes a projectile itself, and it goes down the street, hits other vehicles, causes property damage, could have injured or killed human beings on the street. That's why you don't shoot into a moving vehicle. These were untrained agents, federal agents, and they have immunity from civil prosecution. And if they should be prosecuted in the state courts, it's likely that their attorneys will move to have the cases removed to federal court. And so we're setting up injustice here.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
H.R. 5213 is in keeping with that, and that's why I oppose it, and I ask my colleagues to do the same, and with that I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to be with you from the break. I want to follow up on my colleague from Colorado who was following up on my question. You were in here for about 10 minutes, and I tried to subpoena Pam Bondi because she hasn't appeared in front of this committee. She's the only one in the cabinet who has not appeared in the House yet. And so I was told that's out of order. Before the break, you said that she'd be coming in January at a previous hearing, and now she's coming in February, which is fine. So I printed out the calendar of February, and I just figured, like, while we're here, we could just get it on our calendar. So
February 11th.
She's coming the 11th.
That's my understanding.
Perfect. Excellent. The 11th. Perfect. So, by the way, since you're on a roll, should I print out the other months so we can know when Noam is coming as well? Because the Homeland Security Secretary has always come at least once in front of Judiciary a term. So she's not going to come in February. I'll print March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October.
And all you want. We'll work on getting the appropriate cabinet officials in front of the committee. We've had the director of the FBI. We will have the Attorney General in, 4 weeks. We will do our oversight like we're supposed to do our oversight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I didn't expect to get that answer. I was going to go a lot longer, but you saw the calendar and you just spit out the 11th.
When Mr. Neguse asked earlier, I knew it was early February. I just didn't know which day. We've been negotiating with when we can make it work. Their schedule, our schedule, when we're in hearings, when you're not shutting down the government.
Now I know the key.
Now we know it's the 11th.
Now I know the key how to get stuff out of you. I just got to whip out a calendar, and all of a sudden,
whip out a calendar, put a yellow tie on it.
Will the gentleman yield? Perhaps we could get the gentleman's commitment not to shut down the government in February.
Did those talking points go out to all of you this morning? Like, did everyone get the same talking point this morning?
No, it's just a fact.
We're back to the government shutdown? I mean, the American people and the media have moved past that. You guys are
It was your
you guys are
government
flooding
shutdown
the
that
zone every day with
prevented
more garbage.
the appearance of the Attorney General before this committee.
Look, I can do it too. Why did you
It would
take
be
the
nice to
American-
get your
why did you take
commitment not to
healthcare
do
away
that
from the
again.
American people? I can do it too. Why did you take health care away from the American people? You invaded Venezuela, so we stopped talking about affordability. I mean, I can do this too, guys, all day.
Mr. Moskowitz, would you yield?
No, I'll end it in.
No, I want you to yield to me.
I'll end my moment since the chairman gave me the 11th. So.
Well, you can yield to the. It's your time.
Sure,
You can yield if you want.
I will
Okay.
yield to Ms. Crockett.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a lot of conversation about shutdown, and I'm curious to know if you can answer just a couple of questions for me. Who currently controls the Senate? Who currently controls the Senate? Answer the question.
The Republican.
Thank you. Who currently controls the House?
The Republican.
So if there
Is this the same test that the president gets when he does the?
I think it is. I think it is. The ones that he claims that he actually passes. But nevertheless, so if the government shuts down again, would it be on the Democrats or the Republicans?
The people in charge, the Republicans.
Oh, okay. Okay. I just thought that my math wasn't mathing. And then the last thing that I have for you, actually, Mr. Chairman, is there any reason that we can't get the Attorney General to come in before your January 31 deadline? Because it almost sounds like y'all are projecting that y'all are about to shut the government down, and then you will go ahead and use the excuse that we were shut down and so she couldn't get in.
We're scheduled for the 11th. She'll be here the 11th.
Oh, okay. I'll yield.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for an amendment.
Let's go to Ms. McBath first.
We have one more speaker on the bill. Okay, I think the gentlelady from Georgia, and then we'll come back to the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to actually talk about the bill. Okay, so this bill would actually defund the police, eliminate essential public safety resources from local communities, and actually punish crime victims for policy decisions over which they have no control. It is cynical, misguided, and it's wrong. Republican fear-mongering about bail is just one thing, but it's another to play partisan games with law enforcement, crime victims, and our safety. This administration has already eliminated and canceled hundreds of millions of dollars that support vital public safety functions and essential services for crime victims. But this bill goes further, weaponizing our nation's cornerstone crime-fighting program, the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program, also known as Byrne JAG. Law enforcement agencies across the country rely on Byrne JAG funds to fight crime. The funding reaches every state and supports every congressional district, red, blue, urban, suburban, and rural, and now that that is actually how it should be. Public safety is not partisan, as it has become here in this committee. In Georgia, Byrne JAG grants provide direct financial support to innocent victims of violent crime, including victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, and child abuse. These grants help combat elder abuse and human trafficking. They support sexual assault response teams and put the latest forensic tools in the hands of law enforcement and first responders. They fund data analysis that helps Georgia make smart, evidence-driven policy decisions around public safety, criminal justice, and victim services issues. And they support training that raises standards statewide. That is just the tip of the iceberg. I could go on and on about the many uses of Byrne JAG funding in Georgia, which is, my district, or any other state or district in this country. Public safety matters to all Americans, and there has never been a partisan litmus test for Byrne JAG support. That's how it's supposed to work, and that's how it has worked for almost 40 years. It's a model for how the federal government can support state and local communities. But this bill would disqualify jurisdictions from receiving Byrne JAG funding if they don't fall in line with Trump's partisan agenda that is not based on fact and it's not based on truth. This bill would penalize states that have modeled their pretrial detention systems based on our federal courts, which boast an arrest rate of less than 2% for individuals arrested for a new offense while on federal pretrial supervision. It would even disqualify jurisdictions where the most violent offenders are not eligible for bail, like in federal court where dangerous offenders charged with violent crimes are preemptively detained. How does any of this make sense? The American people deserve to be safe in their communities. They don't need more partisan hype. We've heard enough of the partisan hype here today already. We should be working together to support states and localities to reduce crime and hold dangerous offenders accountable. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing H.R. 5213. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So as many of you know, I not only represent Texas, but I have obviously represented well over 1,000 people in court as it relates to criminal defense cases. And so this is something that I know a little bit about, and I don't know if y'all truly understand what it is that you put into writing, which is why we shouldn't just do knee-jerk things, and we should be very thoughtful as we are crafting legislation. So some of you may or may not know that both Texas and Tennessee are pursuing constitutional amendments to allow judges to deny bail for more violent crimes, moving beyond current limits where bail can often only be denied for capital offenses, kind of like what that ICE officer committed, because usually when you execute somebody that way, you could be charged with a capital offense. And so in a state like Texas, it is already a situation where that kind of officer should be soon to be defendant would actually then go in before a judge, that judge would arraign him, and then that judge would make an assessment. And just because you're charged with capital murder doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be denied bail, but that is such a serious offense and serious accusation that constitutionally it is one that has been historically justified as a means to hold someone without bail. And the reason that we don't hold people without bail is because we have this little nasty thing called the Constitution. And in that Constitution, it says that there is a presumption of innocence. And sometimes what happens is people are innocent. I mean, we know that y'all may not have y'all's current president. If he was incarcerated for his crimes and never got bail, he may have just been sitting there for a long time, but we know that he didn't even have to really go and spend any time in jail when he got arrested for crimes in 4 different jurisdictions, both state and federal. But nevertheless, so what we do is to make sure that a defendant is cloaked within that, we have a balancing act, because everything about the Constitution is about balance. And so if somebody has a long history where they have gone out, committed violent offenses over and over and over, then a judge has that information in front of them. And mind you, the best person to decide what you will do as it relates to bail is a judge, because the judge is able to judge every single situation and determine whether or not someone is going to be a threat to the community, because that's what it's actually supposed to be about. Bail is not supposed to be punishment. Punishment is supposed to come after the fact. Bail is supposed to be to assure that someone actually shows back up. So if they have a history of fleeing, that is something that a judge takes into consideration. If they have a long criminal history, that's something they take into consideration. If they are facing a significant amount of time, which is why when someone is accused of a capital offense, such as this ICE officer who should be facing significant crimes, then they look at the fact that maybe like in a state like Texas, if you are facing a capital offense, you are facing death or life without possibility of parole. And so when you are balancing this, you have the ability to judge the credibility of the witnesses that are gonna come before you and testify about why that person may or may not be a threat to the community. You have the ability to make these assessments. For us to take away tools does not make sense, because we don't know every individual situation. You are taking power away from the judiciary. And so I think that that's also problematic. But let me continue on. The reason that I say that I don't think that y'all thought this out very well is because what is the meaning of substantially limits cash bail? Because when Texas and Tennessee decided to go in, they decided to limit how many people could actually get cash bail. They have decided that they want to deny even more people cash bail. So you may end up cutting off funds to Texas as well as Tennessee, because they literally are in the process of changing the Constitution to actually limit how many people qualify. So you may want to go back and read your language, or it's okay if Texas doesn't get the money because, you know, we got a surplus. So anyway, I will yield my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Unanimous consent request from the gentlelady from Georgia. Without objection. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment and the
Without
amendment.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Reserve point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Maryland. For a napkin.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly agree, I do agree with this bill's core goal. We should be incentivizing states and cities to stop policies that let dangerous criminals go free after committing serious crimes. As a committee, we've gone around the country and we see where these problems are. We've seen when judges and magistrates and prosecutors have let people out. And, I agree with the gentleman from Georgia, that a judge should have some discretion. And if it's a very minor crime, no, we shouldn't be holding them in prison. But they were releasing people that were guilty of crimes that were violent, guilty of crimes over and over again, who were flight risks, and mothers and daughters and brothers and fathers and sisters and were murdered. And we saw them, we met them, we heard their testimony through the tears. It's wrong and it's unfair unto law-abiding citizens. That said, this bill is too broad. It sweeps in states like New Jersey, who I'd be the first to admit has a system that lacks in some ways. But while New Jersey has sharply reduced the use of cash bail, the state has not eliminated it. And it allows judges to retain the ability to detain dangerous individuals pre-trial. The distinction matters a lot. We have to do this surgically. We have to use a scalpel and not a sledgehammer. My amendment makes a narrow common sense fix. It ensures that states or jurisdictions that employ a risk-based bail system that includes pre-trial detention are not automatically stripped of burn JAG funding under this bill. Those burn JAG funds are critical. Those grants are critical. They are heavily relied upon by local law enforcement in my district and in every district throughout the United States of America. I have heard from the FOP, the PBA, the state troopers, and the list goes on. Real people doing a real job, good police officers. These are men who may not even always like what their state has done, but they should not be punished, and they want to keep their communities safe. If we cut off this funding, we make it actually harder for them, not easier for them, to do their jobs and keep New Jerseyans safe. This amendment preserves the bill intent to go after jurisdictions that have truly and fully, completely abandoned public safety, while avoiding the unintended consequences for law enforcement in states that maintain at least some meaningful safeguards. I urge all members to vote yes on the adoption of this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the ranking member, and then I'll make a statement.
Mr. Chairman, this is the first I'm seeing it, and I'm wondering if the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey would yield to a few questions about it.
I will yield, yes.
As I understand it, the amendment establishes a carve-out essentially for New Jersey.
And I don't want to interrupt you right as you start. It is not just for New Jersey. This would affect some other states as well. States that do allow pretrial detention, states that do give the judge the right also clearly to do that. And in New Jersey, which happens to be my state, that right exists. It's not used often, but it is used. And I believe that's important because for states like that, I don't think that you should remove their JAG, the burn JAG funding, which is really important.
Yeah. Well, and this is why we oppose the bill, because as you're saying, the JAG funding is extremely important for all of our communities and all of our jurisdictions. When you say it's not used that often, I'm afraid I don't understand the import of that statement. As I took it, this is New Jersey's system. New Jersey has moved away from cash bail and uses a risk-based bail system in every single case. Isn't that right?
That is correct. The system that they use is one that has allowances in it, though, for those areas that I just discussed. In other words, it allows you to detain people when you should. Look, this would all be good if we had good judges and good magistrates that did their job all the time. I'm talking around the country. People have been released over and over again that shouldn't be. And in those jurisdictions where they completely...
All right, you know what, I'm going to come back to you. Let me just reclaim my time so I can at least expound a little bit of where I am on this, and you can respond to it. It seems to me that we have proven well that the purpose of bail is to guarantee the appearance of the defendant at trial, to prevent flight risk, and to prevent any security risk that the person might pose to the community. In that case, whether the person is destitute and can't pay anything, or they're a multi-billionaire, or they're Jeffrey Epstein and they can put up the money easy, it should make no difference. So I don't understand why all of this fervor has been mobilized against cashless bail. That's not the issue. We should make sure that bail decisions are being based on the risks of the person to the community, or the risk that the person will hit the road and not show up in court. So I'm very drawn to the gentleman's amendment for New Jersey and any other states that might be in a similar posture, but it completely unravels the logic of the bill itself. Because the bill itself is attacking jurisdictions that have said they don't want bail to be a question of money and how wealthy you are or how poor you are. And so we're just mixing apples and oranges. You take that point off of the table and you're saying, well, yeah, we're not using wealth in any way. We're just using risk. Fine. Let's do that. If we want to be imposing a federal straitjacket on all of the states to be doing something that we want them to do in this field and threatening them with a Godfather offer to cut off their JAG fund money, let's do it for making sure that they're using a risk-based system. But why are we targeting the ones who have decided that cash bail doesn't help? Yeah, so in other words, I just think the logic of your amendment is to dissolve the entire bill.
It is not, and it's clear in the way that I say it. It is focused, the bill would be focused, and I believe that was the sponsor's intent, on those jurisdictions that have been capricious and cavalier in the way they've just let out real bad folks. I don't know how else to say it, over and over again. You all were with us on many of these visits as we went around the country and actually interviewed people that had been harmed, killed, raped, beaten by individuals that had a clear history that they posed a risk and danger to the community,
Okay, just to
or
reclaim my
that
time
they
for a
were a
sec. So
flight
the
risk.
problem there is they're not paying attention to risk. The problem is not that they're failing to charge someone $50,000 or whatever. The point is they're not paying attention to risk. So how does this bill even help?
May I
the
answer
problem?
that?
Yes.
That is the point. So since they aren't paying attention to risk, and some of it doesn't enter into some of their systems at all, this bill is to ensure that risk is something that should be evaluated and considered, yet at the same time, if you have a system that is somewhat different than others, and there are numbers that are all throughout the country, that there should be room for those to still get that funding, as long as they're not, in plain English, letting bad people out over and over again. I guess you want me to yield back, right?
Well, so
actually, you want me to.
So you just Mr. Chairman, I really have to think about this one because,
I hear you.
But obviously,
I have thought about
I'm
it.
sympathetic to what the gentleman is saying, and jurisdictions that have gotten rid of cash bail but are using risk are doing the right thing from their perspective, and certainly a reasonable thing. But it does seem like a bit of self-pleading, because generally the bill is coming in like a sledgehammer against other jurisdictions, and that doesn't seem right. So I'm going to think about it. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Appreciate that 5-minute dialogue so we can think about it. The gentleman from New Jersey is a great member of this committee, does outstanding work as our chair of the Oversight Subcommittee. We appreciate that, appreciate him offering this amendment, but I think this does, as frankly, as the ranking member said, kind of unravels what the bill's trying to do. So I would oppose the amendment and appreciate the thoughtfulness that it was brought forward, appreciate the discussion that took place, but I think that this I think that I actually jotted down, completely unravels the objective of the legislation. So let's, if gentlelady from California is recognized.
You know, this was an intriguing amendment because as I was listening to my colleague from New Jersey talk about his system, and so to be clear, you're saying that New Jersey has implemented a risk-based system that you feel works.
And to be very clear, I don't feel that it always does work as well as it should. Full disclosure, and this is, you'll find this interesting, it was a Republican governor, you know his name, Chris Christie, when this system was put in place, and it was a very popular piece of legislation when it was done in New Jersey, had many Republican and Democratic supporters, the system that we have in New Jersey, and I'll wrap this up in a second. I had a lot of serious questions. I sat on the Budget Committee where this actually went through and had some concerns, and I think we could have done more and done a little better, but I don't think it's so bad that they shouldn't get the funding. It is the police that asked me for this.
Yeah, so I'm going to cut you off because it's my minutes, but
Yes.
I like what you said because, you know, obviously nothing is pure, but it sounds like more often than not, this risk-based system works. And, you know, we actually have a system like this in the liberal haven of San Francisco and also in the liberal bastion that is Los Angeles. And to your point, these systems work as well because you are integrating conditions of release, judicial discretion, and assessment tools. But I also am confused because it does seem like it would be a carve-out just for one state, and it does seem like the antithesis of what we just debated with the 5213, keep violent criminals off the streets. And why would it just be for one state or for other localities that enjoy this so that they can get the burn JAG funding, which I think we all agree is important. And to your point, it's law enforcement that is asking.
May I answer that real quickly?
About which part?
It isn't just for one state. There would be a number of states, and it is to ensure, the bill would still ensure that the money is used properly. And that's the point.
Yeah, but I think all of us want the monies that are given to these programs to be used.
But they're not. I yield back.
Well, but it really does fly in the face of the underlying bill. And so what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I think most law enforcement agencies are saying, hey, why get rid of this funding? That goes to support the courts, it goes to support prosecution, it goes to support mental health with our community-based partners that we're working with to make our communities more safe. It does all of the things that if you care about safer cities and communities, you would want. And so it should be funding that all states have the opportunity and the eligibility to enjoy. I think that's what sort of boggles my mind. I certainly am not one of those people that says, give the money only to California and don't give it to New Jersey. If New Jersey has some systems that are working that have been voted on by the people.
Real quickly, I wouldn't say that either. And I
haven't yielded to you, sir. I actually wanted to yield the rest of my time to my ranking member, and then he can probably ask you the questions. I do like your orange tie, though.
Thank you very much, distinguished gentlelady from California. Look, first of all, the New Jersey system that was adopted by Governor Christie, the cashless bail risk-based system adopted by Governor Christie, has been working, as I understand it. There's an interesting report from the Brennan Center for Justice on bail reform and public safety on evidence from 33 different jurisdictions. I recommend it to everybody highly to check it out. But I mean, it seems to me that you know, and back to Mr. Van Drew, if you would for one second, when you say a risk-based bail system, when I got to law school in the middle of the 20th century, okay, in the 1980s, we were taught that bail was all about the risk of flight and the risk to other people in the meantime. You don't want people reoffending. You don't want people disappearing. Okay, so is that the system that you mean, or did you mean something else by a risk-based bail system? Because that is what the bail system is. It's risk-based. It always has been.
That is a system I mean, still have some concerns with it on an objective level. They use an algorithm. That makes me nervous sometimes. I'm open to it. I'm all due disclosure. When that came forward at the urging of Governor Christie and others, bipartisan, in committee and on the floor, I voted for it. I voted for it to give it a chance. I just have some concerns. There are other jurisdictions where it seems to me that over and over again, as I've said before, they're letting bad people out. And
Well, yeah, but and that can happen under a
ideal
cash
legislation
system.
to me would address
When you
that.
say they're letting bad people out, let's try to have some analytical clarity about it. That's true under cash systems and cashless systems. There are always mistakes that happen in this direction or that direction, right? So
I think it's worse under cashless systems. I do.
yeah. Okay. So I'm not sure whose time it is, but I'm happy to yield back, Mr.
The
Chairman.
general lady's time has expired. Do any other members seek recognition?
We're on the amendment.
The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to. A record vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Klein. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Vandrew. Mr. Vandrew votes yes. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Knott. Mr. Harris. Mr. Onder. Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler. Ms. Lofgren. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Nagoose. Ms. McBath. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Goldman. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Ross votes yes. Mr. Klein votes no. I don't have him. Mr. Nadler, you're not recorded. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gooden votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Crockett, you are not recorded. Ms. Crockett votes yes. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no.
Have all members voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 17 noes.
Noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the amendment, the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Sir, I had my hand up before.
Oh, yes. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So I will be voting against the underlying bill for all the reasons that my colleagues have already explained here. I want to go back to what we were talking about before, because I keep thinking about how many constituents that I've heard from in the last 24 hours about this incident in Minnesota, and how people are feeling incredible shock and outrage. And Václav Havel, who was a Czech dissident, he talked a lot about the dangers of lying. And he said, lying can never save us from another lie. And it is horrible to watch those videos of Ms. Good being killed. It's horrible to watch how there were numerous moments when it could be de-escalated, and that didn't happen. But to me, one of the most horrifying aspects of this is that within a very short amount of time after this, you had members of this administration at the highest levels lying about what happened. And even as we've been in here, Secretary Noem has been giving a press conference, and there are things that were said that are very disturbing. She doubled down on the lie that this officer was seriously injured. She said, quote, "The officer went to the hospital. He was hit by the vehicle. He received treatment. We can see with our own eyes he was not hit by the vehicle. We can see with our own eyes that he was on scene for a very long time after the shooting." We have other folks at that press conference with Kristi Noem asking about why is it that yesterday the FBI agreed to fully cooperate with the Minnesota Bureau of Investigation, and AG Keith Ellison announced yesterday that he welcomed the opportunity to be doing an investigation side by side. And then today we hear, in fact, no from Kristi Noem, they weren't cut out. They weren't cut out of the process. They just never had jurisdiction. Well, that flies in the face of everything that was released yesterday. So I long for a time when we get back to having a president, a Secretary of Homeland Security, and an Attorney General, when these things happen, that they would say something along the lines of, an American has been killed, we are heartbroken, and we're going to get to the bottom of what happened. I long for that. And I know so many millions of Americans long for that too. We want to hear people say, this is disturbing. We are deeply concerned about the actions of this officer. And right now he will be suspended until we find out what happened. And we will do a full investigation. And that is not what we're hearing. In fact, she said, we expect, and this is a quote, we expect that all the policies and procedures of review will be exactly that he acted appropriately. Again, we can disagree about many, many things. And we do in this committee, and we should. But I would hope that as Americans, not even about members of this committee, as Americans, we would understand how dangerous it is for any president, for any cabinet member to rush in front of cameras before there has ever been any gathering of evidence, and not just give a slapdash rust assessment, but in this case, absolute falsehoods and lies about what happened, and they are continuing today. And this is why we've been talking about that today. It isn't just the fact that an American has been gunned down by an ICE agent. It is also the moral rot of the lies and the lies and the lies. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman is back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Vote against.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I strongly oppose H.R. 6260, which targets bail reform policies. Republicans are here to defend cash bail, for the most part, an absurd and unjust policy that has no connection to public safety. Under cash bail, criminal defendants are required to pay money for pretrial release. They've not been convicted of any crime, and a judge has deemed them eligible for release, but they can't pay up, so they sit in jail until their trial. Cash bail doesn't keep dangerous people in jail, it keeps poor people in jail. It's flooded our jails with pretrial defendants who do not pose a security risk but cannot afford bail. So bail reform is a necessary and common sense solution. Pretrial release should be determined based on safety. Judges should have a big word in it and not access to cash. We need substantive hearings, data-informed decisions, and pretrial supervision and services which keep communities safe and ensure defendants attend court hearings. That's why I worked on this issue as a Cook County Commissioner and helped advance reforms to money bail. And it's why I'm so proud that Illinois became the first state to end the use of cash bail as a condition of pretrial release. No amount of propaganda and fear-mongering by Republicans can change the facts. There's no evidence that bail reform increases violent crime. None. There is substantial evidence that cash bail fails to ensure court hearings and improve public safety. In 2 years since Illinois passed the Pretrial Fairness Act, violent and property crime have significantly decreased. There has been no significant change in the rates of people failing to appear in court or being charged with new offenses while awaiting trial. And it's especially hypocritical for Republicans to champion cash bail since it contradicts values they claim to hold. How does conditioning release on wealth protect liberty and limit government coercion? Why is it fiscally responsible to force taxpayers to fund pretrial incarceration of people who do not pose a threat to the community? How are you protecting states' rights by conditioning burn JAG funding on policy changes you want? That's why the Cato Institute and other conservative groups oppose cash bail. But Republicans pay lip service to those values and then betray them for selfish political gain. Even though it harms hundreds of thousands of working families, including many of their constituents. But it's also not surprising. This is the party that supports violent insurrection, or at least is silent about it, supports kidnapping foreign leaders, supports when federal agents kill people in communities, supports any kind of violence as long as it keeps them in power. There are many examples and evidence-based policies like bail reform that would make this country safer and fairer. Congress should support those policies, but that's not going to happen as long as Republicans are in charge. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have...
Ordered vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Kiley.
Aye.
Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes aye. Ms. Lee.
Just got a note that she was coming.
Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Hunt.
Ranking member.
Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Knott.
Aye.
Mr. Knott votes aye. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder. Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes aye. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Goldman. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Baumgartner votes yes. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler, you're not recorded. Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Jordan votes yes.
Are there any members who wish to vote who have not voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 20 ayes and 10 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 2641 for purposes of markup and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2641 to amend the illegal immigration reform and immigrant.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last month, the Democrats' witness at our Immigration Subcommittee hearing on temporary protected status said that employers should be held accountable for illegal hires. Well, we agree completely. For 4 bitter years, the Democrats flooded our country with cheap, illegal labor, driving down the wages of American workers. This was the biggest illegal mass migration in history, aided and abetted by the Democrats' open border policies. During those years, the real wages of American workers declined as a result of these policies. Well, now we are engaged in the biggest legal mass deportation in history, despite the vicious and often violent street mobs incited and encouraged by some of our Democratic colleagues. An estimated 2.5 million illegal aliens have either self-deported or have been forcibly removed. It's no coincidence that real wages of American workers are rising once again. But nearly 10 million illegal aliens remain employed in the United States in flagrant violation of the 1986 immigration reform that made it a federal crime to hire labor illegally here. In that act, we required employers to check employment eligibility and identity documents for all new hires. Well, sadly, that law became a joke because of the explosion of easily and cheaply obtained fraudulent documents that make it all but impossible for employers to reliably determine employment eligibility. In response, Congress established E-Verify, which is an easy-to-use electronic verification system where employers can immediately check the employment eligibility of an employee. With E-Verify, the subjectivity of document inspection is simply taken out of the equation. Nearly 1.5 million U.S. employers are currently enrolled in E-Verify. It's very easy for employers to use, and it works. Thanks to the federal acquisition regulation for E-Verify, among those 1.5 million employers are an estimated 95,000 federal contractors. This 2008 regulation requires that, with certain exceptions, federal agencies insert an E-Verify use clause into their contracts. But there are loopholes. Contracts less than $150,000 or shorter than 120 days are not required to use this system. They also exempt certain employers, including higher education and state and local governments. H.R. 2641, the Day One, Dollar One E-Verify Act, removes these loopholes and requires all federal contractors to use the E-Verify system to verify the employment eligibility of their new hires. By statute, Congress has long required itself and the executive branch to use E-Verify, so federal contractors will not have to play by the same rules that we do. While I support this legislation and urge its passage, I look forward to the committee's consideration of the Legal Workforce Act, which requires all U.S. employers to use E-Verify and makes necessary improvements to the system. In the meantime, the least this committee can do is to help ensure that U.S. taxpayer dollars are not paying the salaries of illegal aliens. H.R. 2641 does just that. Last Congress, when the committee considered E-Verify legislation, the Democrats sided with illegal alien workers against American workers. I hope the same is not true in this Congress. I thank our colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for introducing this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the economy is in a free fall because of the president's illegal, unconstitutional tariffs that he's imposed around the world. Unemployment is rising. Prices are out of control. Huge affordability crisis, although Donald Trump says he doesn't want to hear the word affordability again. And what do our colleagues bring us? Well, another bureaucratic red tape program for small businesses for federal contractors. E-Verify is a federal program designed to help employers confirm the work authorization of newly hired employees. This bill would mandate the use of E-Verify for federal contractors, despite long-standing evidence that the system remains still unreliable and prone to error and mistake. President Trump's own Department of Homeland Security has acknowledged that E-Verify is susceptible to identity fraud because it cannot reliably photo match state-issued IDs. And in July, DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin blamed a local police department in Maine's reckless reliance on E-Verify for inadvertently hiring a Jamaican national who was not authorized to work in the U.S. The E-Verify system's error rate stands today at approximately 0.19%, which has real-world consequences. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, employers hired about 64.5 million people between July 2024 and 2025. If E-Verify were mandatory nationwide, the system would have wrongly notified more than 120,000 workers that they are not authorized to work in the United States or that they were authorized to work in the United States. That's just unacceptable. So it's an issue of basic fairness and due process. When E-Verify mistakenly flags a work-authorized person as ineligible, the burden then falls on that person to navigate an onerous process involving multiple agencies, which can take weeks or months to resolve. These delays lead to missed work, lost income, and unnecessary stress for people struggling just to try to get by in Donald Trump's economy. There's also no formal appeal mechanism for challenging a decision based on E-Verify. This effectively leaves workers blacklisted. They lose their job, and if they can't figure out how to resolve an error, they continue to encounter the same error with any other employer. Without an appeals process, even a small set of mistakes can cause lasting harm for workers and employers who did nothing wrong. E-Verify is vulnerable to identity theft and document fraud because the system only checks whether documents match government databases and whether the presenter is the rightful holder. Individuals without work authorization can pass verification by using someone else's valid ID. Yet today, the proponents of the bill propose that we vastly expand this deeply flawed program with no additional oversight and no new funding or resources to implement it. We all agree the government should address unauthorized employment in government contracting, and we are not starting from scratch. Section 274 of the INA makes it illegal for employers to knowingly hire or keep workers who are not authorized to work here. To comply with the law, employers must review an employee's documents and complete an I-9 form to confirm the worker's identity. This process, commonly referred to as the I-9 process, is a required step for verifying worker eligibility. Employers face civil or criminal penalties for noncompliance. Additionally, for more than 15 years, the federal government has required many contractors and subcontractors to use E-Verify through an executive order and a final rule in the Federal Acquisition Regulation. That rule has been in place since 2009 and was adopted after a full rulemaking process. Importantly, the Federal Acquisition Regulation has exemptions designed to minimize job losses caused by system error and is designed to reduce burdens on small businesses and is designed to protect the government's access to essential agriculture products by exempting certain agricultural and food supply contracts. Without an agricultural exception, school lunch and military meal programs will lose reliable access to domestic growers. The federal government would be forced to purchase foreign-produced food with all of the instability and national security risks attendant to that. The bill before us today contains no such exceptions. It's simply a disaster waiting to happen. It's a solution in search of a problem. This committee should be working towards a comprehensive immigration reform and helping to support a labor market that works for both employees and employers. But we're now 333 days into unified Republican control of government, and we have still not seen a single hearing on comprehensive immigration reform in this Congress. Just this week, we learned that unemployment has reached a 4-year high. Millions of Americans are about to lose their access to health care coverage, and now Republicans want to inflict additional stress on the people in the economy by imposing this unreliable, unstable, error-prone, one-size-fits-all technological mandate on employers across America. If enacted, it will be costly, and the decision to advance it here today will prove costly to the majority. I oppose this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from... Oh, that's right. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I
have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purpose of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment adds a short title of the bill and makes small technical changes to the text. It doesn't change the substance of the bill, nor does it change the accuracy of E-Verify. I just want to emphasize something that Mr. Raskin pointed out. He says that E-Verify has an error rate of 0.19%. Well, actually, I think it's 0.14%, but let's not quibble. 0.19%. That is 19/100ths%, which means, by his own admission, E-Verify is 99.81% accurate. That is a remarkable success rate, and I might add that those very few errors are usually corrected due to mismatches. He also says the economy is in free fall. I have some more good news for him. He must have missed the news that third quarter GDP just grew at an explosive 4.3%. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Arizona.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Objection, the bill be
substitute.
considered as read. The gentlelady from California is recognized to explain her amendment.
This amendment is a simple one. It exempts agricultural or food subcontractors from the bill's E-Verify requirements. It's worth noting, and it has been discussed here, that the requirement for E-Verify for federal contractors already exists. So this proposed law doesn't really change anything, except it eliminates some of the exemptions. The exemption as to ag is extremely important. We know that at least half of the farm workers in the United States lack documents. They are undocumented workers. I remember many years ago when I chaired the Immigration Subcommittee, we had a hearing, and the then president of the Southern Baptist Convention gave this testimony. For years, we had two signs at the southern border. One said no trespassing, and the other sign said help wanted. And people responded to the help wanted sign. There was no visa system in place for people to legally come. We have found through the years that this immigrant workforce in ag is essential. Now, why is this important in terms of federal contracting? In the military, they have contracts to get milk, to get fresh food for the commissaries and for the meals, the school lunch program on military bases. All of those use ag products that are produced in the United States. And that's why the current exemption in the regulations is important, and it's why the exemption should be added to this bill. As many know, I took the lead in a bipartisan effort to provide a comprehensive reform program for ag workers. As a matter of fact, our dear friend, Doug LaMalfa, was one of the people who worked very closely with me on that bill, along with Mike Simpson and others. That bill provides for the capacity of undocumented farm workers to become, to get a farm worker status bill. And then after a number of years as a legal farm worker, they have the option to provide for legal permanent residence. It also includes E-Verify, because I agree that we ought to have legal immigration, but we also know if you don't have a system to enforce, it's not going to work. I was the one in the negotiations of that bill that insisted that we have E-Verify as part of the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, because I very strongly believe if you have a system that works, it ought to be enforced. Now, I agree with the criticisms of E-Verify. It is not perfect, but I will say it has improved tremendously over the past several years. I think if we don't exempt Ag, we will have a very serious problem throughout the federal government, but especially in our military that relies on ag products and feeding our soldiers. And the idea that we would have to feed our soldiers with food imported from another country doesn't sit so well with me. So this is a very easy amendment. It's consistent with the current regulation. It is in keeping with our bipartisan effort to try and address the tremendous shortage in our farm workforce system. American farms would go under without the immigrant workers who are working there. We would see mass offshoring of jobs, and including upstream and downstream U.S. jobs supported by ag. And I'm hoping that we can include this exemption, Mr. Chairman, but I'm also hopeful that we can get the Farm Workforce Modernization Act approved by this House once again. It's passed the House twice with bipartisan support, and it would be great as a tribute to our late colleague to do that in the remainder of this Congress. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Cesar Chavez, the founder of the United Farm Workers Union, was an outspoken opponent of illegal aliens being employed by agriculture because he understood that it undermined the working wages and conditions of his union members who were U.S. citizens or legal residents. This bill already applies to, the provisions of this bill already apply to federal contractors, except with certain loopholes, such as the amount of the contracted, what, I think $150,000. I'd also, the impact that this would have on agriculture is very, very limited to begin with. And I'd also point out that there is an uncapped agricultural guest worker program currently, the H-2A program. So there you have it.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
The gentleman from Georgia.
Oh, Georgia.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. Thank you. This amendment I rise in support of. It is simple but very important in that it exempts contractors and subcontractors who provide agricultural or food products from this bill's E-Verify requirements. E-Verify is a deeply flawed system, and even the Trump administration admits that it does not work very well. Earlier this year, DHS claimed employers were, quote, reckless, end quote, to rely on the system. Now the majority on this committee wants to force all federal contractors to use it. That doesn't make sense to me. Without other reforms, imposing E-Verify without exceptions will cause huge disruptions in our nation's food supply system. Over 15% of our economy relies on agriculture, and the industry itself represents $1.26 trillion, or 5.4% of our GDP. So when we disrupt that system, we also impose higher costs for food on America's families. And Trump promised that he would lower costs for families, but he's broken that promise as well as other promises. And Republicans, bring this bill today about employment verification for immigrants, but we really can't get away from the fact that yesterday ICE agents felt free to shoot a person in broad daylight as if it was on Fifth Avenue and as if they were Donald Trump and could get away with it. We should not allow them to get away with it. Yesterday, Renee Good, a legal observer who was a 37-year-old poet and a mother, was killed by an ICE officer who fired his gun multiple times at her as she drove away in her car, posing no risk to him. He shot her 3 times in the head, killed her on the spot for a traffic violation. We know this because we saw the video of it happening. And Americans saw the video of what happened on January 6th also. And Donald Trump is trying to get people to not believe their lying eyes every time they see something on video, but we're not going for it. And this committee should not be complicit in it. We need to bring accountability to these thugs who are terrorizing our communities with impunity. That's why the bill we should be talking about is the Bivens Act, which I introduced this year together with the ranking member, Mr. Raskin. The Bivens Act would provide an express cause of action for victims of constitutional violations, like violating the civil rights of a person by taking their life without cause. And we need our citizens to be able to go into the courts and hold lawless federal government officials accountable, just as they can state and local law enforcement agents. We should be talking about the Constitutional Accountability Act that I introduced. We know that these ICE agents are acting with disregard for human life because that is what they are being told, and that is what they are being set loose on our streets to do without training. They are hired by an administration that is led by a president who calls immigrants garbage. And then he directs them onto the streets of Minneapolis and other cities in this country. They are being put in the field with deadly weapons and training that is clearly insufficient. They've been recruited based on racist appeals to support a racist regime that is in charge here in America. And it's not only the individual agents who need to be held accountable, but the chain of command as well. We do not want to live in a country where children are afraid that their mother will be shot in the face that day by government goons. We do not want to live in a country where we are pepper sprayed and put in danger for exercising our First Amendment rights. We do not want to live in a country where families are afraid to take their kids to school. We need accountability, and we need to do it by marking up and passing my Bivens Act and also the Constitutional Accountability Act. Otherwise, I fear how quickly things will get worse. I look forward to continuing this conversation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I respectfully oppose the Lofgren Amendment, and I want to point out that probably no state has had E-Verify longer than my home state of Arizona. Implemented and enacted in 2007. We heard many of the scary conversations that we've just heard from my Democrat colleagues. But in Arizona, it's been the law for almost 20 years that every employer must use E-Verify for every employee. And the fear-mongering was that since 90% of America's winter vegetables come from Arizona, that prices would skyrocket. We would not have Arizona's products to go out. We would be importing more vegetables to replace what Arizona produces, and that has simply not been the case. And what we've seen instead is, over those same 2 decades, Arizona was one of the fastest growing economic states in the country and was growing at a very strong clip until our current executive regime took over, which decided to implement all kinds of regulatory policies. And when I say executive regime, I mean at the state level. Put in all kinds of regulatory policies to limit the growth in Arizona. So I would just tell you that I think that people who support this amendment are overwrought and maybe well-intentioned, but factually, I don't think they are correct, and I oppose the amendment. Yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. I think that our farmers have been struggling in so many different ways. North Carolina's farm economy is probably the biggest economic segment of our economy. Every time the farmers come to visit me, which is frequently, I go to their farm lunches, farm breakfasts, they talk about the importance of solving our immigration problem. They never ask for this bill. What they do is they ask for bills like Congresswoman Lofgren's Farm Worker Modernization Act. They ask for all sorts of ways to be able to do things the right way. We're in a situation right now where they're suffering from tariffs. They haven't gotten a full farm bill. They have so many other things going on. They are not asking for this. Why are we imposing this on them? What they are asking for is comprehensive immigration reform so that they can hire more people and produce more food in this country. And I think at this point, unless we're going to do something for our farmers, we shouldn't put another regulatory burden on them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have to say I'm surprised we're here debating this bill to require all federal contractors and subcontractors to participate in the E-Verify program, because last Congress, despite bipartisan opposition, the majority passed H.R. 2, which mandated nationwide E-Verify for all businesses across the country. I don't know if the majority is unable to pass H.R. 2 this Congress. Maybe the majority is relegated to a scaled down but still deeply flawed E-Verify mandate alone. This legislation has been billed by its sponsor as a codification of a 2009 rule, which requires federal contractors and subcontractors to use E-Verify for both new hires and existing employees working directly under the contract, with certain exceptions for agriculture products, short-term contracts, and small businesses. But that is not the case. The bill contains none of the exceptions that exist under current law, and it marks a significant expansion of the E-Verify program. As it currently stands, E-Verify is a flawed program that has not proven effective. Given its many challenges, it's difficult to credibly argue that the program should be expanded at this time. And even the Trump administration seems to recognize the program's flaws. Less than 6 months ago, the Department of Homeland Security blamed employers for, quote, reckless reliance on the program to verify people are legally allowed to work. So if Trump's own DHS believes that it's, quote, reckless to rely on a program that it operates to verify people's work authorization and immigration status, why would we want to expand the program with no additional oversight, funds, or compliance mechanisms? It really doesn't make sense. And that's why Ms. Lofgren's amendment today is very important, and I want to support it because it would exempt agriculture or food products from this legislation. And the reality is that immigrants fill major gaps in our workforce. And this is particularly true in agriculture, where 50% or more of on-the-field farm workers lack immigration status. That is certainly true in eastern part of my state, central Washington, eastern Washington, northern Washington. And by mandating E-Verify without also providing a fair and meaningful opportunity for those experienced undocumented farm workers to obtain legal status, we're going to see farmers around the country unable to obtain federal contracts. And that means that school lunches and military meal programs are not going to be able to access food that's grown domestically. Federal government will be forced to buy foreign-produced agricultural goods, and already high food prices across the country are going to continue to increase. So this will be a disaster for our farmers and for our small businesses, and it's why in Washington State, E-Verify has constantly been such a controversial issue in our state, including in eastern Washington, where Republicans hold many of those seats. Remember, over 15% of our economy relies on agriculture, and the industry itself represents $1.26 trillion, or 5.4% of our GDP. At least half of the on-the-field farm workers lack immigration status. Losing those roughly 1.5 million workers would be devastating. American farms would go under. America would be less secure. And we would see a mass offshoring of jobs, including all of the upstream and downstream U.S. jobs that are supported by agriculture. Now, we've seen from past recruitment efforts that there are nowhere near enough U.S. workers who are willing and able to fill these jobs. Putting last Congress aside, in the past, when we've marked up E-Verify legislation, including in this committee, Republicans at least attempted to address the problems that the program would cause for the agricultural industry. This time, there's nothing to stabilize the current agricultural workforce. According to the Center for Migration Studies, approximately 71% of undocumented farm workers have been in the United States for at least a decade, and many have spouses and children here. In other words, for many farm workers, the United States is their home. And that's why when Democrats held the majority, we passed Representative Lofgren's Farm Workforce Modernization Act twice in the House with bipartisan support. And the bill not only provided stability to the current agricultural workforce, but it also looked to the future as well. That legislation, by the way, actually included E-Verify for the agricultural sector. It wasn't perfect, but it was the product of very tough bipartisan discussions that took almost a year. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment so that U.S. farmers across the country can continue to have access to the labor force they need to grow the food that feeds the nation, keep food prices down for American consumers. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from California requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? No. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Mr. Garcia? Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Mr. Onder, you're recorded as aye. Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no. Ms. Hageman, you are not recorded. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 19 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman,
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Maryland.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is straightforward. It simply requires that before a state issues or renews a commercial driver's license, the applicant's work authorization must be verified through E-Verify. This is a proven tool already in use across the country. Expanding it to CDL holders is common sense. We're talking about individuals operating massive 40-ton vehicles on our highways. Recent tragedies show what happens when verification fails or does not take place. In Florida, an unauthorized driver made an illegal U-turn, killing 3. California, another driver here illegally caused a fiery crash that killed 3 more. In Tennessee, a driver who entered the country illegally and later failed an English proficiency test caused a chain reaction crash that killed an American and injured others. These are preventable deaths. Federal audits have exposed systemic failures in states across the country. A federal audit found California issued 62,000 CDLs to drivers who entered illegally and lacked permanent legal status, which is required. Federal investigators found that more than half of the 200 licenses they reviewed in New York were issued improperly. Roughly 22% of the 99 licenses reviewed in Colorado violated federal requirements. At least 18 Mexican citizens who were not eligible were also issued commercial licenses. E-Verify closes the loophole. It ensures only authorized, vetted individuals receive CDLs. Legal workers and immigrants with proper status pass through easily. Those who are authorized do not. It's fair, it's simple, and it's effective. This amendment does not expand mandates or spending. It restores integrity to the system. It protects American lives. It prevents future tragedies. And one preventable death is one too many. We should put safety first. And Mr. Chairman, I have 2 articles I want to put in. One is called Problems with Commercial Driver's License for Immigrants Found in 8 states so far. And by the way, this is not a red-blue issue, because we found these problems in red states as well. We're trying to get at this in all 50 states. And another article put out, illegal alien who couldn't speak English causes deadly multi-vehicle pileup in Tennessee under Biden-era work authorization. Somehow, an illegal alien Chinese individual was able to obtain a CDL even though he couldn't speak English. So,
Without objection, the documents are entered into the record.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge everyone to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there
Mr.
further
Chairman.
discussion on the amendment, Mr. Rask?
Well, I'm going to press my point of order. This might be the absolute greatest amendment in the world, but it's completely not germane to the legislation before us.
I'm going to withdraw my amendment. I forgot I was going to do that. I was so excited. So excited, doggone it. It's a great amendment. I forgot I was going to withdraw it, and I'm going to reintroduce it as a standalone.
Point is
Thank
well
you.
taken. The gentleman begs leave to withdraw his amendment without objection. The amendment is withdrawn. Is there further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The bill is ordered reported favorably to the House.
Can we have a recorded vote, please, Mr. Chairman?
A recorded vote has been requested. The secretary will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes aye. Mr. Harris? Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes aye. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin?
Nope.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler? No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Ballant? Mr. Garcia? Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Mr. Johnson, you are recorded as aye. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Massey, you are not recorded. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Harris, you're not recorded. Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder, you're not recorded. Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Grothman?
I vote yes.
Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes yes.
Have all members voted? Clerk will report the roll call.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 8 noes.
Vote being 17 in the affirmative and 8 in the negative, the bill is adopted and ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 6622, the Sunshine for Regulatory Decrees and Settlements Act of 2025 for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. Clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 6622, to impose certain limitations on consent
Without
decrees.
objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 6622, the Sunshine for Regulatory Decrees and Settlements Act of 2025, will target sue and settlement arrangements which occur when pro-regulatory plaintiffs sue willing government agencies which agree to settlements and policy changes that skirt standard rulemaking requirements to reward special interests. It's a problematic approach to government litigation and policy development when a pro-regulatory plaintiff sues and settles with an agency in ways that require certain types of rulemaking or policy outcomes. The rules of the plaintiff and agency can avoid public scrutiny and congressional oversight of the agreed-to policy. So sue and settle tactics can bind government agencies to policies that extend from one administration to the next, which can be inconsistent with congressional intent. This bill will fix the problem by requiring federal agencies to be transparent in their rulemaking and to act consistent with the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act. It's a needed reform that will guard against this misguided tactic and return transparency and congressional oversight to an important category of agency rulemaking and policy formation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6622 and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 6622, the Sunshine for Regulatory Decrees and Settlements Act of 2025, is both a solution in search of a problem and one more attempt by our colleagues to make it more difficult for federal agencies to ensure that we breathe clean air, drink clean water, eat safe food, and take safe and effective medications. Oftentimes, Congress passes laws that require agencies to write new rules by a set time or update rules and safeguards on a recurring basis. When agencies miss these deadlines, one recourse is for litigants, usually not-for-profit groups, to sue the government about the lapse. If a court agrees that the agency missed the deadline, the agency loses. The parties then enter into a regulatory decree or settlement that sets out a new timetable for the rules to be promulgated or the safeguard upgraded as Congress intended. This bill, however, would insert a number of processes that are unnecessary and duplicative of current law and that could be interpreted as allowing almost anybody to intervene in the litigation. For example, this bill requires a formal notice and comment process before any decree or settlement can be ordered by a court. But courts are not making up new rules in these cases. They're helping to enforce the timetable for rulemaking that's already subject to a notice and comment period under the APA. This is clearly unnecessary and duplicative and just piles red tape on red tape, and deliberately so. Why does the majority want to open the door to an additional notice and comment period at this stage? It's one more method to slow down rulemaking and weaken the will of Congress, a goal that may be attractive to deep-pocketed corporate interests who wish to avoid new health and safety rules, but that undermines the public interest. The majority claims we need this legislation because these deadline cases somehow affect the substance of the final rules or updated safeguards. This is not the case. It's never been so. Our own GAO considered this accusation, studied 7 settlements leading to 9 statutorily required rules issued by the EPA, and determined that none of the settlements involved affected the substance of the final rule. All these lawsuits are designed to do is to ensure that federal agencies that have failed to meet their deadlines follow the law as Congress wrote it. That's it. The rules at issue protect Americans from a whole array of risks: toxic air, polluted water, defective cars, unsafe workplaces, tainted baby formula, you name it. According to the Coalition for Sensible Safeguards, an overwhelming majority of voters support strong regulation in all of these areas, but now the majority proposes making it tougher for the government to update these rules over time as Congress intended. I oppose this ill-conceived and deeply problematic bill and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All other opening statements to be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without
666.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute be considered as read and shall be considered base text for purposes of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment strikes of 2025 from the short title of the bill. It's not intended in any way to alter the important purpose of the bill. I urge support for the amendment and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized under the 5-minute rule.
When I read the press release for this legislation, I saw that its goals were to, quote, increase transparency, accountability, and public input in the federal rulemaking process. I agree with those goals, but that's just not what the bill does. What the bill will do is prevent everyday Americans from holding bad corporate actors accountable and delay rulemaking. And I want to be clear about what I mean. In many statutes, Congress requires federal agencies to issue rules by a certain deadline. These are the rules that protect civil rights, public health, public safety, and the environment. And it's how our government implements landmark legislation like the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Clean Air Act, the Food Safety Modernization Act. The deadlines that the statutes impose are intended to remedy harms that require an urgent solution. So when Congress passes a law to limit corporations, for example, from polluting our communities and ensure clean air for our kids, the rulemaking process lays out exactly how that's going to happen. And the reason why we make food safe for people to eat is not just because Congress passed the Food Safety Modernization Act, but also because of the rulemaking process that follows. Way too often, agencies fail to meet the deadline that Congress has set. Every day that happens, people are less safe and consumers are worse off. When these harmed individuals sue the agencies to enforce the deadline, it's obvious that a violation of law has taken place. And all you have to do is look at the calendar to see that the deadline hasn't been met. Instead of dragging out the litigation, the two sides enter a settlement or a consent decree that simply forces the agency to issue the rule promptly as Congress intended. The corporations then are compelled to follow the rules so that we can stem harm to individuals. This bill would actually destroy that process by introducing procedural hurdles that delay the rulemaking process so much that corporations may never be held accountable. These hurdles include requiring agencies to solicit and respond to all public comments to a consent decree before submitting it to the court, and to submit reports to Congress detailing the agreements. The only party that stands to benefit from these hurdles is the corporation that wanted to delay protection from taking effect. My colleagues on the other side suggest that these consent decrees prevent corporations from having any say in the rules that regulate them. That's simply not true, and I don't think the majority of Americans would believe that. The consent decrees have no impact on the substance of any regulation. The authorizing statutes still govern the substance, and the Administrative Procedures Act, which gives everybody the opportunity for public comment, still applies. Consent decrees allow that normal rulemaking process to start quickly. I certainly appreciate Representative Klein's attention to the issue, and I'm all for increasing transparency, accountability, and public input in the rulemaking process. That's why last month I introduced the Experts Act, a comprehensive blueprint for ensuring that rules are decided by experts with ample public input. My bill codifies Chevron deference, mandates disclosure of funding sources for studies that are submitted, and explanations for withdrawn or changed rules. Also establishes an Office of the Public Advocate, requires the government to respond to citizen petitions, and eliminates negotiated rulemaking, which is yet another way that corporations delay the process. And I'm very proud that nearly 70 members have joined me to introduce that bill. By contrast, the bill that we're marking up today does nothing but suspend the rulemaking process and allow corporations to get away with harming consumers and individuals, even when Congress is requiring agencies to protect them. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentleman from Georgia. Oh, from
Maryland, yeah.
From Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a point of order.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6622, offered by Mr. Raskin of Maryland. Page 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered read in full. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my amendment essentially imposes the same new onerous procedural hurdles and constraints that are advanced in the bill to President Trump's sly effort to get the American people to pay him $230 million under the Federal Tort Claims Act. You'll recall he filed an administrative complaint with his own underlings at DOJ saying he was owed $230 million because of the prosecutions brought against him and because of the judicial search warrant that was executed against him at Mar-a-Lago, a perfectly lawful search warrant, which was not struck down or voided in any way, but he wants $230 million. And as we understand the process, the number two at the Department of Justice could just write him that check for $230 million, which would be about half of what goes out annually to all Americans seeking relief under the Federal Tort Claims Act. It's just unheard of that these are settled in that way by the DOJ. So what would this do? It would simply say that the exact same procedures that would apply in this odd circumstance, which we think are unnecessary, but would apply in the context of the president trying to get a payment directly from the American people. And there, it's far more justified to establish more process because it's not governed by the APA generally. So even the president himself acknowledges the radical and unprecedented nature of the demand he made. He said at the time, and it's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. In other words, did you ever have one of those cases where you have to decide how much money you're paying yourself in damages? Nope, we certainly haven't heard of any case like that. Everything about his lawsuit is strange, unprecedented, ill-based, flimsy, unconstitutional, and profoundly corrupt. The American people deserve the chance to comment in an open process on whatever settlement the Department of Justice might want to reach here. It is our money that's on the line. I urge all of my colleagues on the Democratic side and the Republican side to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The committee will suspend for a moment. The committee will resume. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
The gentleman's amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us and therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7. Yield back.
Does the sponsor of the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, well, that was just a conclusory statement of the rule. I wonder what it is that the distinguished gentleman is finding not germane in the bill, rather in my amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I would respond by saying that the gentleman's amendment does not have to do with rulemaking, which is what this bill intends to address, and the litigation that may be involved in rulemaking or related to rulemaking. What the gentleman's amendment does is address civil actions that are being sought by the president or others unrelated to the regulations that are being promulgated. So I insist on my point of order.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, you know, the purpose of the bill, as I understand it, is to say that if there's supposed to be renewal of regulations and authorizing agency fails to do it, then they can be taken to court and they can be forced to do it. We believe it's unnecessary and redundant, but then this legislation says, well, we think there should be a notice and comment period about that. And what we're doing is simply, we've expanded the language to say that the notice and comment period should also apply to the settlement of a civil action in a case like the one at the Department of Justice. So essentially, we're using the exact same mechanism, which is the notice and comment period.
Is there further discussion on the point of order? Seeing none, I'm prepared to rule the gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test. Therefore, it is not germane and is out of order. Is there further discussion on the amendment of the gentleman from Maryland? The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a quite eventful year so far. It was rung in with a bang by this administration with the enthusiastic support of constitutionalists on this committee, an unconstitutional attack on a sovereign country, an invasion and a bombing of a country, a declaration of war, which is only within the power of Congress to do, but nevertheless, this president has done it with your enthusiastic support, declared war on the nation of Venezuela and kidnapped its leader and brought him to America to face trumped-up charges, a pretextual indictment issued last week in the Southern District of New York. And then after that, we have a woman who is executed on the streets of our nation by ICE agents, unleashed to invoke terror in our communities throughout this country. A woman, innocent woman, 37-year-old, has lost her life. And today, this committee is taking up legislation first to deny bond, a signature bond, cashless bond, to peaceful protesters. And then you pass legislation that would hold groups that would try to help peaceful protesters get out of jail on bond, since you've denied signature bonds. Then you're going to prosecute those groups for insurance fraud. That's the legislation that we passed today. And then on top of that, now we get to a piece of legislation that is going to cost the American people money. It's going to make their food more expensive, in addition to adversely affecting their public health and safety with this legislation, the Sunshine for Regulatory Decrees and Settlements Act. This is what this Congress is doing during the early days of 2026, which is a repeat of the horror film of 2025, doing nothing to make prices more affordable, doing nothing to lower costs for families, doing nothing to help people get affordable health care, doing nothing to protect their First Amendment rights, doing everything to deprive them of their rights. This is what this Congress will be about, I guess. The way you start is the way that you finish. And this is an election year. And so all my friends on the other side of the aisle are doing is passing red meat legislation that they think appeals to the American people, but the American people are waking up. They are awakening to the fact that they've been hoodwinked. They have been deceived, lied to, tricked. He told them that he was going to release the Epstein files. He did not do it, still has not done it, even though Congress has passed a law and he signed a law compelling his own administration to release the files. He's failed to do that. He's failed. He lied about keeping costs low, hasn't done a thing. In fact, prices have gone up. And you know what else has gone up? His net worth. Net worth increased by $3 billion. Where do you think that money came from? Where do you think his net worth came from? And by the way, did your net worth go up? It went down as prices have gone up. Rich have gotten richer. Middle class has shrunk, and the poor getting poorer, and it's getting harder to get to the middle class. But yet there's a party going on by those folks who are at the White House and at the Kennedy Center, awaiting the gilded ballroom that this president is building after deconstructing the East Wing of the White House. It is outrageous what's going on in this country, and it's business as usual in this committee. And quite frankly, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of what we're doing to this country, the 250-year anniversary of the Declaration of Independence from a king. And here we are subjugating ourselves to a 21st century king who goes by the name of Donald Trump.
Gentleman's time has
And with
expired.
that, I
Is
will
there
yield
further
back.
discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The bill is ordered reported favorably to the
roll call vote.
gentleman's requested a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Nope.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia? Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Mr. Fitzgerald, you are not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Knott, you're not recorded. Mr. Knott votes aye.
All members voted? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 8 noes.
Vote being 18 in the affirmative and 8 in the negative, the ayes have it. The bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. The members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Seeing no further business come before the committee, that concludes the committee's work. The meeting is adjourned.